No, we have no hands raised.
Start video. There we go. It's 7:30 and a quorum being present. This town meeting is called to order. Please rise, or please be attentive for the invocation to be given by Mr. Phil Pacino.
Mr. Pacino, can you raise your hand? There we go.
Thank you. Let us pray and acknowledge the work we are going to take here tonight and other nights. This town meeting falls between two holidays that we should acknowledge. The first holiday is this coming Thursday, Veterans Day. We recognize our military veterans' service to this country and thank them for that service. We pray for those presently serving that they remain safe and that they experience a joyous return to their families. We pray for peace so that there will be no more wars or events that our brave men and women are needed to participate in. The other holiday looking backwards was Indigenous Peoples Day and Columbus Day. Some decried the change in this holiday's meaning. We pray that we should all be able to be tolerant of each other and celebrate this holiday as each of us wishes to celebrate. With regard to Indigenous people, we pray that we all think about our town's origins. We should notice the land around us. We should recognize the land once belonged to the Indigenous people. We should acknowledge and pay tribute to the Indigenous people and their tribes to whom this land originally belonged. We should extend thanks to all the Indigenous people who have lived in our town and our country. We should give thanks to them and recognize their roots in our land here in Reading. We pray that everyone commits to work with Indigenous people to care for this land that we all cherish. As we move forward, we should carry an awareness of our history in our hearts and minds as we make decisions about the future of Reading. Extreme intolerance and repudiation of others continues. We pray for tolerance of all people. We pray that all people, no matter who they are, learn about and accept others as themselves. We should all expect that they would accept us in the same manner. We should take a stand against intolerance and exclusion and promote inclusion and diversity. We should respect human dignity in all people. We pray that all people should take responsible positions on how their decisions regarding the vaccine and other processes will affect others. We continue to pray for a fruitful search for a future town manager. We may not live in a perfect world, but as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance in a minute, you should remember that what this flag stands for, and the sacrifices of the many veterans and others behind it. But now we turn to the work on hand. To borrow for the last time from the book from Ecclesiastes, there is a time to read. There is a time to listen. There is a time to be confused. There is a time to ask questions. There is a time to speak our thoughts. There is a time to be heard. There is a time to be tolerant of others' expressed thoughts. There is a time to understand what we all are being asked to vote on. There is a time to decide what our positions is on what we are being asked to vote on, and finally a time to vote. We ask for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to do all these actions in the best interest of all. We ask for tolerance and respect for all those through the course of this meeting. We ask for this for those whose opinions we disagree with and those who disagree with our own opinions. We should build bridges to understanding and not barriers against it. We here determine what is best for the town. My friends, and again, as I've done many, many times, remind you that we should all consider ourselves friends. Emerging from this meeting, we should navigate all paths, lower all barriers on those paths, and avoid any detours on those paths that arise from our decisions here. And then with continuing follow-up, there should be good results from the paths we choose to travel. With some patience, some sacrifice, some perseverance, and God's grace, there should be plentiful return for our decisions. Praise the Lord. God bless America and the town of Reading. God bless our veterans and our Indigenous people. Amen.
Thank you. And now, if you'd like to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I understand we have 6 new town meeting members tonight. Traditionally, we like to swear them in at the beginning of the meeting. Those 6 are Kerry Fox, Lindsay McCarthy, Michael Montero, Stephen Dion, Gennady Pilyavsky, and Josh Goldlust. If you would like to repeat after me, I solemnly swear that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent on me as a town meeting member, according to the best of my ability and understanding, agreeably to the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and to the charter and bylaws of the town of Reading. So help me God. Congratulations and welcome. All right, next, the clerk will read the warrant. Okay. Oh, okay. I actually have one before that too. Yep. Ms. Jim?
To any of the constables of the town of Reading, greetings. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you are hereby required to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town of Reading, qualified to vote in the local elections and town affairs, to meet in accordance with Chapter 92 in the Acts of 2020 and Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, and through the Zoom platform on Monday, the 8th day of November, 2021, at 7:30 in the evening, at which time and place the following articles are to be acted upon and determined exclusively by town meeting members in accordance with the provisions of the Reading Home Rule Charter. Members of the public may access and witness the deliberations and actions taken in the subsequent town meeting in the following manner: RCTV, Facebook, and/or on local public access television. Town meeting members and town officials shall receive a link to join the Zoom video conferencing platform to participate in the subsequent town meeting. Non-town meeting members who are registered voters residing in town who wish to participate in subsequent town meeting must submit a request to participate to the town clerk not less than 48 hours in advance of the subsequent town meeting. And when submitting this request, non-town meeting members who wish to make a comment, ask a question, or otherwise address town meeting should contact town clerk Laura Gem with the following information: first and last name, street address, phone number, email address, and articles he or she would like to speak to. And once verified, shall receive follow-up information with specific participation instructions for the meeting. If on November 8th, 2021, the town meeting elects not to hold the subsequent town meeting remotely, then the town meeting shall adjourn to Reading Memorial High School Performing Arts Center, 62 Oakland Road, Reading, on Monday, November 15th at 7:30 in the evening.
If there's no exception, we will dispense with the further reading of the warrant with the exception of the officer's return. Ms. Jim?
By the virtue of this warrant, I, Thomas Friedman Jr., on October 7th, 2021, notified and warned the inhabitants of the town of Reading qualified to vote on town affairs to meet at the place and time specified by posting attested copies of the subsequent town meeting warrant, along with the written request of town moderator Alan Folds dated September 9th, 2021, asking that the subsequent town meeting be held by remote participation pursuant to statute 2020, chapter 92, section 8, and 2021, chapter 20, section 9, in the following public places with the town of Reading: Precinct 1, Warren Killam School; Precinct 2, Reading Police Station; Precinct 3, Reading Memorial Light; Precinct 4, Joshua Eaton School; Precinct 5, Reading Public Library; Precinct 6, Barrows School; Precinct 7, Birch Meadows School; Precinct 8, Wood End School, and Town Hall. The date of the posting being not less than 14 days prior to November 8th, the date set for subsequent town meeting in this warrant. I also caused a posting of this warrant and the town moderator's request for a remote subsequent town meeting to be published on the Town of Reading website on October 7th, 2021.
Thank you. Before we begin, I have just one announcement and a few issues to deal with. First, rest assured that there is integrity in our accounts. The polling has been thoroughly tested and used now for 5 town meetings. Only those listed as participants are allowed to vote. Panelists are automatically excluded, which is the reason we do not promote town meeting members to panelists unless absolutely necessary for presentations. To constantly switch people back and forth would be asking for trouble. Second, we cannot change platforms. When the warrant closed, it was decided to use Zoom Webinar, a choice made after extensive research and testing and determined to be the best fit for our town meeting. We are not allowed to change after the warrant is closed. Third, we are going to try something new tonight. Because of the long lines we've been experiencing with members wanting to speak, we've devised a way that's not part of the program, but we've devised a way to show you at least the top of the list with the number of hands raised. We'll be doing that periodically during debate. As again, the system is not specifically designed to do it, but we feel it will work fine. Finally, I will point out that this is very likely the last virtual meeting that we will have. State law prohibits them after December 15th of this year, and there seems to be no movement in the general court to extend that. As far as tonight and any further sessions of this meeting that we have, I have full confidence in our IT staff and other town hall staff that we will conduct a fair meeting as always. Now, the moderator recognizes Select Board member Carlo Bacci for a point of personal privilege.
Mr. Bocci, go ahead and raise your hand, please.
Thank you, Alan. Good evening, fellow town meeting members, residents, and town staff. I'd like to take a few minutes to acknowledge and thank our distinguished town manager, Bob LaShore, for his dedicated service as a volunteer, as assistant town manager, and as our current town manager. His years of service and dedication to the town are unparalleled. I'd also like to thank his family for letting Bob work his endless amount of hours to serve the town. I wish I could do this in person, and I'm sure I'll have the opportunity at one of our select board meetings. But as for town meeting, this should be Bob's last town meeting as our sitting town manager. So I could go on and discuss many other accomplishments Bob has made, but we don't have time for that. So I just want to thank Bob and his family for all his years of service and dedication to the town of Reading, and I'm sure he'll continue to do so. Thank you very much.
And on behalf of town meeting, I feel strongly that I could second those thoughts. Also, I understand Mr. Brown has a point of personal privilege. Mr. Brown, can you raise your hand?
Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, I want to echo the sentiments of Mr. Bacci. I've known Bob since he's been here. He was hiding upstairs when he was assistant town manager, but I always attempted to find him. Bob, you're leaving this town in a heck of a good state compared to when you came here. And I hope your successor will carry on and do a good job. And I'll see you down at the last corner on the 4th of February. And it's my choice to buy your breakfast, and it doesn't exceed the $50. So better not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Okay, next we need to take a poll, take an authorizing vote to be able to conduct virtual meeting. And this will be done via a poll. So if we could have that up, all those in favor vote yes. And of course, those opposed, no.
Mr. Moderator, ending the poll.
Okay,
We have 161 yes and 3 no.
the vote being 161 in the affirmative and 3 in the negative, the motion carries. Article 1 is reports, which you have in your warrant report. So we will move to Article 2, which is instructions. Ms. Herrick moves that we lay Article 2 on the table as per tradition to take up at the end of the meeting. Without objection, we will lay that on the table. Okay, we will move to Article 3. Mr. LaLashore.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It seems like we were just doing this yesterday, but for the 6 new town meeting members, Article 3 lists things in the capital plan, and then Article 4 spends money. And there's quite a difference. So again, Article 3, we're making just very small changes to the capital plan approved by October town meeting, requesting $400,000 in the general fund, $150,000 in DPW road repairs, with an idea that a portion of Route 129, which is a future project in the next year or 18 months, would start. $150,000 for public services recreation, such that the Birch Meadow Master Plan design of the first phase can begin. $100,000 in additional funding for DPW sidewalk and pedestrian safety. DPW said that's the most that they could really spend. That gives them $200,000 for the year. And with 2 seasons, if you will, fall and the spring, they'll do all this work in the spring. So the general fund, again, 3 items requesting $400,000 to be added to the capital plan. Importantly, although it's cosmetic for the enterprise funds, as we discussed last Thursday with the Finance Committee, we're asking a change, not in funding, but just in the description of work. The Finance Committee and town meeting previously saw the warrant that had $400,000 for an Emerson water main project to finish that. More urgently, 2 weeks ago, any of you that drove down in Walker's Brook saw the cacophony of water shooting up here and there. As it was dug up a little bit by our staff, they found unusually that the 1892 water main was very thin in that area of town. Much thinner than the rest of the town. It had not given the town any significant problems in the past. It was not even in the capital plan for the next 10 years. But urgent work had to be done. We requested permission from the state to do it urgently from a state agency called DCAM. It's very unusual for them to give you permission to just circumvent the bidding process. They actually did that in 15 minutes. They said, go fix your water mains. So we certainly thank the state for their response. Over $300,000 has been spent so far down on Walker's Brook. The title of this capital article is Water Mains Generically, just in case there's some other area of town. And as far as the Emerson water main project, either I in the budget for next year will have to put that in there, or perhaps next April or May, that town meeting will consider another use of water reserves for this. And I should add that because of the way the town is going to approach financing the water tank and delaying a permanent borrowing, if you will, that there is actually some room in the capital plan for spending money next year in water. So there's just those changes on Article 3. Thank you.
FinCom report. I'm not sure if Mr. Ross is here. If he is, raise your hand. Otherwise, we will hear from Ms. Borowski.
Ms. Borowski.
Ms. Borowski, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jean Borowski, Precinct 6. The Finance Committee recommends the proposed amendments to the FY 2022 FY 2031 Capital Improvements Program by a vote of 6-0 at their meeting on September 30th, 2021. As the town manager explained, placing items in the capital improvement program is a prerequisite first step, but in itself does not authorize spending funds towards these items.
Thank you very much. Is there further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. I'd like to amend the article, please,
Okay,
on the Public Service Birch Meadow Master Plan. Drop it down to 50,000 instead of 150.
can we have that screen put up? We had it for a second. Oh, there we go. Okay, Bill, where was your change?
Right on 150,000 for public, for the playground. Change it down to 50.
Okay,
Right there, yeah, the second.
oh yeah,
line.
I see it. Okay, so playground from 150
50.
to 50. Okay. All right, Mr. Brown, you have any more comments?
No, I'm just
No.
waiting. Well, is there going to be a second on that one? Do you need a second?
Yes, I'll call for a second. Is there a second? A second, thank you. Okay, further discussion on the proposed amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I talked to Jane earlier and I told her that both the master plan for the Birch Meadows complex and I were born in the same year, 1930. I don't think, in my opinion, there's been enough look into some of the stuff down there. From what I understand, they want to build a kiosk. They want to build a pickleball court. I believe when the present high school was built, that we have reached the maximum impervious surface that we can do on that site. So I don't believe that we can do much more. Secondly, I also believe that the land, much of that land, in order to get the funding from the state at the time, from the school building committee, was turned over to the school committee and does not fall under the Board of Selectmen. So I think we should go back and look at this thing. We've only been looking at it since 1931, 30 rather. And if anybody wants to see a layout, go down to engineering and ask Peter Reinhardt, because the map that they had in 1930 is very little different than what's there today. Thank you.
Further discussion on the proposed amendment.
Mr. Doxer.
Mr. Doxer.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Sorry, I got caught here for a second. Mark Doxer, Precinct 1, member of the Select Board. As it relates to this proposed amendment, the Birch Meadow Master Plan has gone through many iterations and many proposals that have come in front of various boards of the town, including town meeting. And there are a number of proposals, one of which focuses on creating a central spline in the area that would allow for much easier access for strollers, for people, railings, all sorts of different things, including potentially even a restroom facility that could be there. And any of you who have children or who have had children playing on the fields can probably really appreciate the need and opportunity for that. This matter came in front of the Select Board in terms of thinking about how can we move this project forward? What would be the first priority on things to work on? And we asked the Recreation Committee to take a look at this, and they specifically came back and asked for this amount of money to do the next step of the study, the $150,000. And I would strongly advocate that we do exactly that, to move this project forward, to take the next step on the project, and to not accept this amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment.
We have Ms. Binda.
Ms. Binda.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you very much. Angela Binda, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 5, and I'm a member of the Recreation Committee. I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with Mr. Brown. The Birch Meadow Master Plan was last updated in 2020. I've been a member of the Recreation Committee for a couple of years, but I've been following the Birch Meadow Master Plan for many years. It was actually working with Jamie Mon for several years on this to make sure that the conservation was included in it. This plan has been vetted by every group in town. It started with the Recreation Committee. We had a public survey several years ago. We have had public meetings. This plan has been where neighbors were asked to contribute their opinions. And then it went from the Recreation Committee to the Recreation Department, where the Recreation Department, the conservation staff member was included. And every organization, lacrosse, baseball, softball, the school system, every organization participated in some way in crafting this plan along with the paid consultant. It then went, so they worked for a significant amount of time to come up with this plan. It was then put forth in public meetings before the select board. Many times the public was asked to contribute, to give feedback. The Conservation Committee gave feedback. And then it finally, changes were made by the consultant, and then it finally went before the select board. They made recommendations to the public, made recommendations. So what we have is a Birch Meadow Master Plan from 2020, and there are many parts of the project. What the public has said that they wanted was a central spine walking that will take you from the north to the south part of it, with a facility that will have a public restroom. So that was the main priority, the first priority that went before what did we just have? The finance, the finance board. And that was, and then the Recreation Committee again went before FinCom and Select Board to ask for this money to have a study done to begin the projects and build this, central spine and this building with bathrooms. So this has been vetted. This has been public, all organizations have contributed to this. We have spent a lot of time, money, and energy, volunteer energy, staff energy to do something to the Birch Meadow and it will be, I think, a really wonderful, it's a great space now. When more projects are built, when the plan really gets put into place, it will be a gem for the town. So we need the $150,000 to really kickstart this. So I'm going to say that I'm not going to vote for Mr. Brown's amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The list is up here. Is Ms. Sisson is next.
Correct. Go ahead, Ms. Sisson.
Hi, Emily Sisson, Precinct 2, current chair of the Rec Committee. Angela and Mark both highlighted the importance of the project from the rec perspective, and thank you, Ms. Binda, for highlighting all the collaboration that's been done since forever on this. I just wanted to give some context to the dollar amount that was thrown out. So I had some conversations with the town manager and with the chair of the Finance Committee about what would be an appropriate amount. The total amount projected for the projects that this design phase would encompass is about $1.9 million, including all the things that Ms. Binda and Mr. Doxer mentioned: the restrooms, storage, central spine walkway, pedestrian lighting, revamping the Imagination Station lot, but keeping it in line with conservation needs, and enhancing some lacrosse facilities. So there's quite a bit of work to be done here. And the reason we're asking for design money for all of these things at once is to get more bang for our buck. If we try to design each of those items separately on their own, it would end up costing us more money. So the $150,000 was a little bit less than 10% of the estimated cost for all of these projects to move forward, trying to get a little more bang for our buck in the design phase. So I too will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lee.
One moment. Go ahead, Mr. Leet.
Hi, Kevin Leet, Precinct 1. I'd like to move the question.
Okay, that is a, do we have a second? We do. That is a non-debatable motion. So Hold on a second. Okay. Could we have a poll up? Okay, this requires a 2/3 vote. All in favor of ending debate on the proposed amendment, please vote yes, and those opposed vote no.
Mr. Moderator, ending the poll.
Okay,
It's 142 to 33.
what was the second number? I'm sorry.
142 yes and 33 no.
33 no. Okay, thank you. The vote being 142 in the affirmative, 33 in the negative, the 2/3 threshold is met and debate has ended. We will now go straight to a vote on the proposed amendment. Can we have a poll up?
Mr. Moderator, ending the poll.
Okay,
Is 41, excuse me, 41 yes and 132 no.
the vote being 41 in the affirmative, 132 in the negative, the motion does not carry. We now return to debate on the main motion. Is there further debate?
Mr. Brown, Peter Brown.
Mr. Peter Brown.
Mr. Moderator, we're having a notification that Mr. Brown is using an older version of Zoom, and as a result, he cannot speak right now. He needs to update his version of Zoom, unfortunately.
Okay, you have the specifications on that. If we had it at the beginning, if not, you should
Yeah.
call our IT number.
Yep, and the you need to have the version of Zoom. It's 5.8 or higher. So,
5.8 or higher,
yeah.
right?
Okay.
Okay, further discussion.
Mr. Sasso.
Mr. Sasso.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Sasso, Precinct 2. Just a quick question. So this is kind of along the lines of context. So I noticed in the FY22 capital plan, we do have a couple of projects that are slated for kind of like design work similar to this, similar to the Birch Meadow master plan. And then along with it, there is an indication of, you know, the funding that would follow from the project. And so, and you know, as an example, if you look on page 20 in the warrant, you'll see the RMH Stadium OPM design at $250,000, and then underneath that, you have, you know, a proposal for debt, which hasn't been approved yet, obviously, but at least it's in the plan, and then if you go into the summary pages, you'll find it. So I'm just curious because with regards to the Birch Meadow master plan, I see the 150,000 that's been, you know, slotted in on page 21, but I don't see the proposed funding for what apparently might be close to $1.9 million. And I'm just curious, you know, has that been accounted for in the overall capital plan? I don't see the trailing or the following funding profile for it. So if someone could help me see that, I would greatly appreciate it. And then just as a follow-up, when we do things like this, it really would be helpful to see or have folks point that out to us where those modifications are being made so that we can track it. So again, if you understand my question, I'm just looking to see where the plan is for that additional funding in our capital plan.
Mr. LaLacheur, do you have a response?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Let me share my screen. On page 19 of your warrant report, you'll see on the capital plan, hopefully that's big enough. This section of the capital plan is not funded, but this section is what Emily referred to as being as low as 1.3 or as high as 1.9 million, these three items. The consultant has described a lot of things to discuss tonight as this general category support and general circulation. So as of right now, Mr. Sasso is correct. It is not funded in the balanced capital plan, but obviously that could change.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you. Is there further discussion?
No.
Is Mr. Peter Brown back? No, I guess not. No. Okay, I guess we will move on. All right, are we ready for the vote? This requires a majority vote. If we could have the poll put up.
Mr. Moderator, ending the poll.
Okay,
167 yes and 5 no.
the vote being 167 in the affirmative and 5 in the negative, the motion carries. We move on to Article 4, amending the FY22 budget. Mr. LaShaw.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 3 establishes a capital plan. Article 4 actually funds budget requests. So I'll start off by saying in line C99 capital, 400,000 is what was just discussed as part of the general fund. We also have some other generally modest changes, a $20,000 reduction on our workers' comp insurance, but a $65,000 increase in property and casualty, same insurance company. We have some slight changes in the health department. I'm happy to say our new health director starts next Monday. I'm still hoping that the person shows up, but we'll see. We've taken on more public health nurse hours. We now have just a little bit more than 1.5 FTEs in public health nursing. We are also going to outsource or have outsourced some of our health inspections. We have a full-time position vacant that will be advertised next week, but we also have nighttime and part-time weekend hours that are going to change from line J91 to J92. We're going to, again, cut down on having a person do this work and just outsource it to a group that's much more flexible. And we're asking for $10,000 for that. Lastly, in the general fund, the Town Forest Committee and others have requested $50,000 to work on a town forest tree project. The net of all this change is $508,000 to be spent out of free cash. You will recall that at October town meeting, we did not ask for any free cash because we weren't sure that it would be certified. It has been certified. It was 17.7 million. Town meeting spent a little less than $500,000 last meeting, and this would still certainly leave the cash balances high. Also, in the enterprise funds, there is a couple things. Again, the water main label changed in that previous article. The dollar figure stayed the same. The other articles were approved in October in the capital plan. That's why you didn't see them in Article 3. But again, we didn't know if we would have water reserves and sewer reserves certified in October, so we didn't ask to spend the money then. We are now asking for $435,000 out of the water reserve fund. You can look at the bottom, including the October town meeting vote to use some of it for the water tank. There's still just over 5 million, which is above a rough target of 40% of the annual budget or 3.5 million. And then likewise, to finish off the Sturgis Sewer Station project will require another $250,000. That reserve fund is even in better shape. That would be down to $5.5 million, certainly well above the $3.2 million target. So again, this article is requesting to spend money both out of free cash and water and sewer reserves. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. FinCom report, Ms. Borowski.
Go ahead, Ms. Borowski.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. At our meeting on September 30th, 2021, the Finance Committee voted 6-0 to recommend this article to town meeting.
Thank you very much. Further discussion?
Ms. Fortin.
Ms. Fortin.
Not really discussion as much as a question. Can we get a little more information about that tree project? Just what are they looking to do to the trees, I guess?
Mr. LaLacheur.
Hopefully someone else knows. I know Jane Kinsella's on. I don't know a lot other than the town forest committee has met with staff and conservation, or at least the conservation administrator, and come up with a plan. I'm going to say to thin the forest carefully. Jane?
Ms. Kinsella?
Yes, specifically, sorry, Jane Kinsella, specifically to thin on red pines that are dying or dead, actually. So there's several areas, almost 4 acres in total, that we'll be focusing on with this project. It's similar to what we did a couple of years ago, but this is very specific to the red pine that are dying off.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Yep. We have Mr. Brown, Bill Brown.
Mr. Brown, Mr. Bill Brown.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Has there been any consideration to trying to get the National Guard in there? I know they have 2 engineering battalions stationed down at Camp Curtis. And the reason I asked is because when we did the Wood End Cemetery, they did an extensive amount of work for us. I think it cost us around $700 to pay their food and their fuel. And I think it might be an area that we might want to look into and see if we can save some money.
Mr. LaLacheur.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bill, I haven't asked them in the last year, but 18 months ago, we did run something past them. And, you know, obviously they're quite busy with the pandemic. Yeah. They're doing a lot of things from driving school buses, you know, to taking some safety issues. So in the future, I think they could potentially be a resource. I know we use them for some work at Memorial Park also, you know, within the last 10 years. But at this time, I'm sure they're just too busy.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Nancy Doctor.
Ms. Doctor.
Nancy Doctor, Precinct 1. I'm also a member of the Town Forest Committee, and to address Mr. Brown's request, that has been looked in, and just to reiterate what the town manager said, it's not possible. The reason why this is also essential is that it's not just to preserve the town forest, but it's actually a very serious safety issue. The number of people who are using the town forest right now since the pandemic has increased significantly. So this is a very severe safety issue that really is very timely. The town forest did apply for grant money. There's a date, we did receive some. I believe, and Jane can correct me, I believe it's only $10,000, but we have looked for outside funding for this project as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Seeing none, Mr. Moderator.
All right, are we ready for the vote? Could I have the poll put up? We are voting on Article 4, amending the FY22 budget.
Mr. Moderator, ending the poll.
Okay,
171 yes and 3 no.
the vote being 171 in the affirmative and 3 in the negative, the motion carries. Business under Article 5, Mr. LaLaShure.
I think Sharon will take this one, Alan.
Okay. Ms. Angstrom?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bob, would you mind sharing the screen?
Should be all set.
Thank you. This article is to approve a prior year's bill. In July, we received notice from Verizon that we had an outstanding balance, a very old bill from June of 2019 that remained unpaid. And this was confirmed to be true. It was a missed bill. But because it falls outside of our current fiscal year, it requires a town meeting vote in order to pay it. And it requires a 9/10 vote.
FinCom report, Ms. Borowski.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Borowski.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. At our meeting on September 30th, 2021, the Finance Committee voted 6-0 to recommend this article to town meeting.
Thank you. Is there further discussion?
Seeing none, Mr. Moderator.
None appearing. As you have heard, this requires a 9/10 vote, so we will have a poll put up and begin voting.
Mr. Moderator, ending the poll.
Okay,
And it's 171 yes and 1 no.
the vote being 171 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, the 9/10 threshold is met, and the motion carries. Business under Article 6, I believe we're beginning with Mr. LaLaShure.
Alan, I believe Julie Mercier might want to introduce the speakers.
Okay, will she be giving the presentation or you?
Someone else will.
Okay, Ms. Mercier, we'll start with you.
Hi, Julie Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tony Klisch, town meeting member and member of CPDC. Sorry, Tony Durezzo, CPDC members. Tony Durezzo, town meeting member, member of CPDC, will be giving this presentation.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Durezzo.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tony Durezzo, Precinct 2 and Associate Member of the CPDC. We're looking today to make some minor changes to the requirements for site plan review. Basically, over time, a few of the projects have slipped through the cracks. We need to just tweak the requirements to make sure that an appropriate level of review is maintained by the CPDC. Actually, if we could move to the next slide, please. The conflict really is one section where we say reclassification to a different line, even though we say that a change of use from one category to another. The categories have headings which were used as, the lines have headings which were assumed to be categories, and therefore there was a little conflict there. If we could move to the next slide. Basically, site plan review is going to cover changes to businesses. There are two versions. There is full site plan review and minor site plan review. Full site plan review has 23 requirements with 50 subsections. Minor site plan review only has 7. So we're looking to, yep, that's fine, move along. Basically, we're looking to make some changes to what triggers a site plan review. For full site plan review, Basically, we're looking at the creation or addition of 2 or more parking spaces, which indicates a significant change to a business. We're going to say that the parking requirements are included even if they are excluded from exemption or waiver. That way we cover all of them, whether they're within 300 feet of a parking lot or they've been granted a prior waiver for parking requirements, or if they need to use a special permit, or if there's an existing change in use from one line to the other. Next slide, please. Minor site plan review, therefore, we're going to use section B, which was, once again, 2 more parking spaces. That was originally in full site plan review. And we're also going to go with change of use, so that if you move from one change of use line to another. This is A, B, or C. Also, if you go to the next line, oh, sorry, we have D, E, F, and G, which are also other triggers that may. So any of these will require a minor site plan review. There's no change to these triggers. We're just renumbering them or relabeling them. Next slide, please. This is the procedural clarification. As you see, very minor change for minor site plan review. If the proposed construction, expansion, or alteration or change of use is not anticipated to result in any adverse impact in the surrounding areas. Next slide. CBDC held a public hearing started on July 12th, continued to August 16th. They voted on September 13th at a 5-0-0 to recommend this article to town meeting. Next slide. That's it. Are there any questions?
Okay, further discussion?
Mr. Barnes.
Mr. Barnes.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Jonathan Barnes, Precinct 5. Tony, I just want to make sure that that I understand it and that others in town meeting understand it. I know you went through them fairly quickly. It seems to me that the bulk of the change here is effectively moving what previously had been under full site plan review, which basically means that it would be subject to review at a CPDC public meeting, into minor site plan review, which, as I understand it, and I want to make sure I do, that moves it out of CPDC full review in that same way, and that it actually can be reviewed as is described administrative approval, meaning it doesn't necessarily have to come before the full CPDC at a public meeting. Am I understanding that correctly?
Mr. DiRezzo?
I'm assuming I'm still unmuted.
Yes.
All right. You're close, but not quite. There is still CPDC review, even for minor. You're right that there is the ability for administrative approval, but the town planner will confer with CPDC chair minimally for such a approval. Usually that's something very minor. I can't even think of what it would be, but it's there just in case. We are making a change of moving one criteria from full to minor site plan review, but in both cases, abutters are notified. The significant difference, of course, is that there are fees associated with a full site plan review, and it is noticed in the newspapers, whereby the minor site plan review is still noticed to the abutters, but we don't require a fee, and there is no notification in newspapers.
Okay, thank you. May I have a follow-up question, Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you, Tony. And I may be close, but missing something here as well. But as I read through and I'm looking at the warrant material, it described the changes to 4.6.2.2, which refers to those categories that are subject to site plan review. And it basically talks about two of them. One, which is an increase in gross floor area of 500 feet, resulting in new floor area requiring 2 parking spaces. And then there's B, that change of use. And now it seems to be limited just to where it would be requiring a special permit from the CPDC. But what I want to understand is in 4.6.2.3, the categories in A and B that are those categories that are subject not to full site plan review, but rather to the minor site plan review. It's an increase in gross floor area of 500 square feet or more. And then it's an addition of 2 or more parking spaces. So I guess my question there is, does the, and I'm sorry, this is sounding somewhat complex, but does that not mean that those 2 areas that were subject to site plan review, increase in gross floor area requiring creation of a new floor and 2 parking spaces, doesn't that A and B in 4623 now put those under minor site plan review?
The difference in the floor area is for the full site plan review, that's in creation of a new floor area, expansion of a business, including an addition. Whereby in B, you're taking the floor area that already exists. I will use, and I was warned, do not use an business example, but I will use Bunratty's. Now we have, I want to say the Charles, or Bunratty's at the Charles or something to that effect, that they've expanded their area going into the old Demici's. And that was a like-to-like use, but they did expand their floor area by 500 square feet, by more than 500 square feet. So that was an existing 500 feet that they took over. Where under full site plan review, we would, if they had expanded the building and increased floor area by 500 feet, then it would be full site plan review.
Okay, thank you. So the effect is that it basically moves certain, what were previous applications for full site plan review. It effectively is moving more of those out of full site plan review and basically into minor site plan review, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion?
Seeing none.
Seeing none, we will now take a vote. It requires a 2/3 vote. If we could have the poll put up. Okay.
And it's 165 yes, 6 no.
The vote being 165 in the affirmative and 6 in the negative, the motion carries. Business under Article 7. Mr. Lalashore, are you starting? Yes, Mr. Lalashore.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Let me just find a screen to share here. Shortly, I'll introduce Superintendent Dave DeBari and Charlie Lyons from the Northeast Voc School. But just to give town meeting a quick outline, as you see in the write-up, the Voc School seeks to build a new school. Their current school, much as it's been maintained adequately by students as well as staff, is falling apart. There's no question they need a new facility. The going price of new schools these days, and Stoneham High School is going through a similar discussion, is over $300 million. We can first and foremost be thankful that we improved Reading Memorial High School several years ago at a much smaller cost. Procedurally, there are 12 communities, as discussed, that all have to approve this in order for the project to move forward. It has received very good SBA reimbursement, and both Dave and Charlie will go into details. There is an open question about whether anyone has given a definitive no yet. One town voted but did not vote a negative officially, that's Saugus, and another city council is considering a no vote. If there is a no vote, this will come to the voters of all 12 cities and towns in the form of a special election. We're not sure when that election would be for the simple matter that in front of the state right now is re-precincting, and we're not sure when the precincts will be set, other than not before the middle of January. So again, this article is important for the town. No vote at all would have been a yes vote, and it seemed much more appropriate to have a pretty full discussion in front of the body. Both Dave and Charlie agreed. The cost to Reading will be certainly a lot less than it is in some of the cities. In 2 or 3 years from now, if this goes through as approved, the town would be paying about $200,000 to $250,000 in addition to the regular vocational school budget. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Superintendent Dave DeBari. Thank you.
Mr. DeBari? Mr. DeBari?
Yes. Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you again, Mr. LaLashore, and town meeting members for the opportunity to present tonight. We had a really great discussion at the Reading FinCom, and we're very pleased. So with me tonight, as Mr. LaLashore mentioned, is Charles Lyons. He's our project's financial consultant. And also on the line, in case there are questions, is Kevin Nigro, our project manager with PMA Project Management. So as was said, we are here tonight to discuss our new school project. I would like to open up by saying that we do consider ourselves your other high school, although Reading doesn't have as many students as some of the other cities and towns. We do take it very serious that we work closely with all of our cities and towns. And I must say that your town manager, Mr. LaLashore, has stayed informed from the very first day that we began discussions, and has stayed informed all along. And we really appreciate that as well. So I would like to discuss a little bit about why we need a new building. I know these days it's pretty self-explanatory when you go into any building that hasn't been built in the last 20 years, but I would like to highlight a couple points, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Lyons to go over some of the financial aspects related to the project. So to put it bluntly, the life of our building is coming to a complete end. The building systems are failing and are far beyond their useful life, and do not come anything close to meeting the current standards. Sadly, the building envelope is inefficient. Almost all of our classrooms and shops are undersized and do not come close to meeting the current standards by the Department of Education. The next one that's real and close and dear to me as a former special education teacher and special education director, our building is not handicapped accessible. We've made many attempts to make this as accessible as possible, but for people with all sorts of disability, whether it be physical, hearing, seeing, a building older than 50 years cannot meet those needs under any circumstances. So it's real important to us that this building get built. Another point of reference is the access road into Northeast. If anyone's ever been up to visit and gone to Breakheart Reservation, which we share some parking with, there's only one road going in and out. And if you've ever been there to witness any type of fire drill, any type of evacuation, it's a very dangerous situation. And part of this project would be to build a new road so that we would have two entrances and egresses going in to and from the building. So currently, we have, in our current freshman class, we had 850 applicants for only 330 spots. So we are turning away, and you can do the math, over 500 students who seek an education at Northeast. And one of the things this new building would do for us would be to expand capacity from the current 1,280 students to 1,600 students, which would allow us to also expand our shop choices to 19 students. So we studied over 40 options of all different sizes, anywhere from the current enrollment all the way up to 1,740-ish students, and a bunch in between. We studied current locations, and we came up with a school that we feel fits right in the middle. So a school that won't bankrupt communities, especially our gateway communities, but also will be affordable and allow for more students to come in. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Lyons now, and he's going to talk a little bit about the financial pieces, and I'll be here with Mr. Nygaard to answer any questions on the project itself afterwards. So Mr. Lyons, if you're on.
Mr. Lyons?
Yeah, hi, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Mr. DeBarry. Pleasure for me to be helping the superintendent and the school committee at Northeast with this project. Just for background, I was a superintendent director at Shawshene Valley Technical in Bill Ricker for about 28 years, retired a few years ago. And I've worked with MSBA on 4 different projects over the last 25 years. There's good news and bad news in this proposal, and I don't want to sugarcoat anything, but I do want to express my appreciation to both your administration for meeting and for being particularly helpful with their suggestions on this project, and your finance committee for the courtesies they gave to both myself and the superintendent a few weeks ago. Regional vocational technical schools were a concept in 1963 in Massachusetts. Most vocational education really took the place in most high schools. There are probably 4 programs in most high schools throughout Massachusetts, and they were similar in nature. And between 1964 and 1977, due to generous state and federal support, 26 regional voc tech schools sprung up in Massachusetts. Northeast Voc Tech today, which was built 53 years ago, similar to Stoneham High School, is the most popular regional vocational technical school in terms of students wanting to get in the state of Massachusetts. The Mass School Building Authority noted that only 41% of applicants can get into the school because of its popularity. So as the superintendent indicated, they studied anywhere from the existing 1,281 students to 1,740, and they agreed on a figure of about 1,600 students. Currently, there are 1,281 students in the building. There's only 33 from Reading. And the way the regional agreement is written, each town will bear the capital cost proportionate to its student population on a yearly basis. And what this fundamentally means is Reading share of the capital cost, the local capital cost, will be less than 1/4% of the total capital cost projected over a 30-year period, assuming the enrollment stays the same. The current enrollment of 33 students is the highest it's been in the last 7 years. And so we don't expect to see a significant impact on the Reading tax rate or the fiscal impact on the community. But because of the way the law is written, and it's entitled Chapter 71, Section 16D, the district is required to go out and get support from all of its member communities. If one local appropriating authority votes no, then under the same statute, subsection N, the district would have to schedule a popular election. And as the town manager noted, the popular election will probably need to be scheduled sometime in January. The building cost is extensive. It's $317 million. But the MSBA grant is the largest in the MSBA history. It's $141.6 million. And a lot of it is because of the work of our legislators, particularly Brad Jones, former Speaker DeLeo, who represents the district, and others. They were able to secure an additional $25 million to get us to the $141.6 million level. The local impact spread over a 30-year period, principal only, is about $176 million. Your community and none of the communities will be charged a major impact until fiscal 26 because it's going to take 4 years to build a school. For comparative purposes, to put things in perspective, Minuteman Tech in Lexington opened a year ago, and the cost of that project was $144 million plus about $5 million in field costs for a total of $151 million. The total MSBA grant was $45.2 million for a local impact of $100 million for only 628 students. This local impact is $176 million for 1,600 students. And that's because the MSBA reimbursement rate for eligible cost is somewhere in the neighborhood of 76.84%. It's one of the highest in the state. It can't go over 80%. Cape Cod Tech opened about a month ago. Brand new school was dedicated a month ago down in the Cape. The cost to build that project was $121 million for 650 students. Total MSBA grant was $41.2 million. There are two other projects similar to Northeast that are in the pipeline this year. Bristol Plymouth, for 1,450 students, is being built in Taunton. The projected cost is $306 million. The local share is $180 million. And Greater Fall River is being built for 1,500 students. The projected cost is $293 million. The estimated MSBA grant will be $152 million because of the demographics of that district. The good news is our high reimbursement rate is because you're in a district with three major gateway cities, Malden, Revere, and Chelsea, that constitute about 50% of the student population. It wouldn't be anywhere near 76.84% without that membership. Northeast is one of the best melting pot schools in the state. 30% of the kids who go there are Hispanic. It's a wonderful opportunity for young people. We're working hard with the legislative delegation now to try to assess some of the ARPA funds, the American Relief Plan Act funds. We were pleased to see the House of Representatives put $100 million in their proposal for these types of schools. We don't know what's going to happen in the Senate, but any additional funds that can be raised will be used strictly to reduce the local cost of this project. So your support is critical. This project passed town meeting at Wakefield the other day, 100-6. It passed the Stoneham town meeting 1,600-0. When they voted for their own school, $190 million school, they're only receiving $49 million in MSBA aid. So I'm not going to say this is a terrific time for Northeast to get this project done. Construction costs are up 130% in Massachusetts since 2012. And there's two reasons for that. One is the cost of materials and supplies. We all know that, particularly through COVID. But the other reason is because of the lack of craftsmen. We're talking electricians, we're talking HVAC technicians, we're talking plumbers. This is the place where they make them. So would appreciate any questions you might want to ask us or the members of the Finance Committee, but we do appreciate all the courtesies that have been extended to us by the town of Reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have a FinCom report? Ms. Borowski?
Go ahead, Ms. Borowski.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. At our meeting on September 30th, 2021, the Finance Committee voted 6-0 to recommend this article to town meeting.
Thank you very much. Further discussion?
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. As a graduate of a vocational school way back in the dark ages, I enthusiastically we should vote this. Had I gone to Reading regular high school, I probably would have not paying groceries. As it was, I was able to learn a trade, which in part gave me the ability to build this house that I live in today. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Go ahead, Mr. Giacalone.
Mr. Giacalone.
Hi, Nathan Giacalone, Precinct 5. I just had a quick question. I'm somewhat familiar with the area, and when you mentioned you'd be adding a second road, I was just curious where that would go on the site, because you got Breakheart on one part of the property, then the high school on another part.
Sure. So we actually own, if you know where the school is, when you come through the entrance, next to the parking, there's a bit of a ledge. And that looks like where we would probably end our land, but our land actually goes down almost a mile to Farm Street in Saugus. And it would be right on the Saugus-Wakefield line, not far from the power lines that you might see if you know the area. So it would not interfere at all with Breakheart Reservation. It's currently northeast property that we haven't utilized.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I look forward to supporting this.
Further discussion?
Mr. Barry Berman.
Mr. Berman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Barry Berman, Precinct 4. I have a couple of questions just in terms of the enrollment. Have you noticed over the last year or two with COVID and just with the shortage of people versed in the trades that you're seeing a higher number of people applying to the Voc schools?
Mr. DeBerry?
Great question. Actually, yes, I mentioned the 850, which I know you probably immediately realized was a big number. Last year the year before that was around 700. So we increased 150 applicants right after COVID. We had our open house a couple nights ago, and it was by far the largest involvement in that open house. We probably had 2,500 people there touring the school. So it's a bittersweet situation because it's great to have interest, but unfortunately, the more students that apply, the more we have to turn away. So we are working proactively on some Saturday programs and some night programs right now, but the enrollment and the applications are definitely skyrocketing.
Great.
Mr. Berman, you have a follow-up? Mr.
Oh, no,
Berman?
did someone want to jump in?
Yeah, I just
and
wanted to
augment the answer.
Who's that? Oh, Mr. Lyons. Okay.
Yeah, statewide, there's over 3,000 eighth graders on wait list statewide in vocational technical education. And that number continues to grow.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
I do have one or two follow-up questions on this, and maybe this is for if there's anybody on the school committee or on the school administration that's here. You mentioned that Reading has about, I think, 33 or 35 enrollees in the at the school. My question is, are we sort of on the Reading side, on the administration side, advocating vocational education as an alternative, to sort of the traditional STEM learning? I think a lot of people these days would probably look at, graduating college with a bunch of student loans, whereas they can get a training and come out of day one making, pretty good salaries. Are we encouraging students to look at this as an alternative? Because I just think it's, given we have tons of lawyers, tons of doctors, tons of venture capitalists, but I can't find an electrician. So are we doing anything here to encourage it? Because it used to be kind of like, well, if you couldn't excel, sort of in regular day, well, maybe you were, they sent you to the Voc. Obviously, that's a whole lot different now than when I was a kid. But, are we doing anything to advocate and and also encourage students to look at this as an alternative? If
Do
there's
we have a-
anybody.
Do we have a response,
Answer
Mr.
that.
LaLaChere?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I can't really speak for the schools, but I do know, and I did learn in the last year, that something Mr. DeBari mentioned. There's different programs other than going to the Voc School full-time, and I know the Reading school system is very interested in cross-marketing that. There's Saturday programs and there's evening programs for some of the students that are not enrolled full-time. So I can say that that discussion is going on and is relatively new in the last few years.
Thank you.
And just one more question.
Okay.
Do you feel that if you had a new school, sort of, it would be like a field of dreams, build it and they will come? Do you think that having sort of a facility that, for lack of a better word, is wanting, that may be holding back people from wanting to go to the school?
Yeah,
DeBari?
absolutely. So, who is that, Charlie?
No, that was the moderators. Just
I'm
telling you to
sorry.
go ahead.
So, so what Essex Tech, which is sort of our sister school as far as its size and the population, minus some of the gateway cities that we have, did see an increase from the more affluent towns like Reading, when things like STEM labs and robotics programs were put into the school curriculum. So I definitely foresee an increase from Reading, North Reading, and Winchester. Because as Mr. LaLaChere mentioned, our Saturday program numbers are very high with those towns. So it leads me to believe that they are looking to spread their wings a little bit. And I think the new school probably would encourage some of those students to apply.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I would encourage town meeting to support this wholeheartedly. The fact that there's potentially only 35, kids in Reading doing it, I think that there's a huge constituency for it, and we should be as supportive of this as we are in any other educational ventures in the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we have any response from the school committee? Mr. Wise?
Go ahead, Mr. Wise.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. So thank you, Mr. Moderator. And Barry, thank you for the question. I think Mr. LaLaChere hit the nail on the head with what's going on already. But I also know that our new superintendent, our new principal at the high school are actively looking at this partnership even more and other opportunities we can do. The Saturday one that Mr. LaLaChere mentioned is definitely one that's been talked about a few times. And I know that there are days that happen at the middle school as well that kind of promote this as an option. At one point in the past, I talked to Dr. Doherty about this as well as something that we should be advocating more for as well. So generally, yes, this is something we support. The school committee has not had a conversation on this topic overall, but the concept of vocational training is something I think we're all in favor of.
Thank you. Mr. Pacino.
One moment. Go ahead, Mr. Pacino.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. Phil Pacino, Precinct 5. My dad was the former representative from Reading to the Northeast Vocational School Committee, my late dad. Upon his passing, my mom served out the rest of his term. My dad was very strongly pro vocational school education during his time there. He very much supported the school, felt it was a very good thing going forward. He felt very strongly about the vocational school, and he felt very strongly about the school and what it was doing. And I actually, follow Mr. Berman and say that absolutely affirm that we should be, voting in favor of this article wholeheartedly. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Mr. Arena.
Go ahead, Mr. Arena.
Thank you very much, Jane. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. A couple of comments. One, I think this discussion would very much benefit from some collateral material, such as maybe some of the design improvements or some of the site plans, just to give viewers a sense of, in addition to the words, the images that go along with it. There's a lot here to kind of unpack, and a good presentation can go a long way to help that. I'm old enough to remember when this was taught in high schools, and I can't tell you how many kids young men and women decided to go take wood shop or auto shop or metal shop or welding and casting, or no matter what their long-term aspirations were. I see that Massachusetts high schools have declined to carry that, and I guess the Saturday program is an attempt to kind of reinstate some of that for kids that want a taste of it, but not necessarily as a full-time ambition or a trade. If I'm again old enough to remember kids working on their first cars in the driveways on lifts and having no fear as they basically tore it apart, and that's somewhat lacking in our current. As I look at kind of the current young kids, I don't see a lot of that kind of do-it-yourself kind of behavior. This is where it comes from. It's this kind of teaching and demystifying how stuff is made, how to make it yourself, how to use the tools. I can't think of a better alternative for kids that don't necessarily think of going to a four-year college, but have fantastic natural skills and instincts to make or design or build or turn their own business. So I'd very much support this. I have one other question, though. You mentioned that you basically are oversubscribed and you're building a facility. It looks like about 35–40% bigger than your existing facility. It might be interesting to present the costs, both in terms of the cost due to the expansion and the cost just due to the renovation, because it helps people digest. You're really doing two things at once. You're recapitalizing an old building, and you're adding 50% to its capacity, and both of those drive costs. And that really helps people kind of stomach that, I believe. But I very much support this motion.
Thank you. Mr. Sasso.
Go ahead, Mr. Sasso.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Sasso, Precinct 2. First, just a question. We as it's noted in here, we do have students that attend, I believe, both Minuteman and Essex Tech because of programs that are not offered at Northeast Metro. I'm just curious if the plan would, this updated project has plans to address some of those programs that it'd be nicer for the kids that are actually here in Reading that do attend those other schools. And again, I do believe it's because those programs don't exist at Northeast Tech. If the plan is that Northeast Tech will be adopting some of those programs to bring the kids closer to home, so to speak. So I guess that's the first question I have.
Sure, I can jump in and answer that one first.
Mr. Barry?
Yeah,
Mr.
sure.
Barry?
So that's a great question. Firstly, as far as I know, no student should be attending Minuteman instead of Northeast. Students are required to attend our exploratory program prior to acceptance to any other vocational school. So I'm not aware of any, and also myself and the superintendent have to sign off that they have done such a thing. So nobody should be at Minuteman right now. Secondly, Essex Tech is an agricultural program as well. So they're really 2 in 1. So a student can attend Essex Tech, but only in agricultural programs that none of the vocational schools offer. So I'd love to have a conversation with the superintendent at some point if somehow somebody slipped through the cracks and was able to attend Minuteman without being authorized by myself and the superintendent. It has happened, unfortunately, but not in a few years. So it's definitely something that we should look into, because as you know, we are much more inexpensive than Minuteman Tech is right now.
Okay.
Mr. Sasso, do you have a follow-up?
Just 2 other quick points back to Mr. Arena. I did actually look on their website. I would suggest anybody who wants to look at the plans or what the images of the proposal are to go to definitely look at them. They have a pretty good perspective on the building project. And then I think that's it. I'll leave that. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? I don't have the list in front of me.
Yep, Mr. Sylvester.
Mr. Sylvester.
Hi, Paul Sylvester, Precinct 3. Those last few slides were very interesting. First, I want to say that I am in favor of supporting our vocational education. as someone who went through more what I would call the STEM route in terms of school, and now being a retired electrical engineer, I would tell you that a whole bunch of the skills that are taught at the vocational school, I would have signed on for them in a heartbeat instead of just taking Regents history and biology and math. That being the case, I haven't heard any discussion tonight as to why this current plan is the one that we should be supporting. I'm not saying it's not the plan we should be supporting, but $317 million is a lot of money. And yes, we can go to the website and go look at that. But if we're going to go to the website, now kind of, then we've sort of missed the boat on approving this at this moment. So I'd like to hear something that says why we should be doing this particular plan, how it works out with, keeping the existing facility going while you're trying to move into the new one, and whether or not the site planning is really where it should be. I have no reason to doubt that it is, but I think if we do our due diligence, we need to know that.
Mr. DeBerry, do you have a comment?
So thank you. So I would like to start by saying we've probably done, 15 to 16 meetings similar to this. And believe it or not, this is the first one that actually encouraged us to have a presentation, because many of the town meeting warrants have 30 to 40 items on it. And I do have a presentation, and I do have the answers to those. I'd actually like to give Mr. Nigro an opportunity to discuss some of the options we pursued. And if I do have share screen permission, I'd be happy to quickly go through a few slides that include the options that we chose from, as Mr. Nigro explains a little bit about how we came to this final conclusion. If the moderator,
that would be
okay with
fine.
that.
Do you have the presentation yourself, or do we have it?
I have it. It's
Okay.
on my computer.
Can we share the screen?
Yeah, he can.
Okay, good.
You should be able to.
You should be able to do it.
All right.
Can you hear me, Mr.
Nigro,
Moderator?
you on?
Yes.
This is Kevin Nigro. I'm the.
Mr. Nigro, excuse me.
Sorry,
Okay.
I didn't mean to step on your toes. Kevin Nigro, I'm the owner's project manager. I work with PMA Consultants. I've been with the district since August of 2019 when we started this prescribed process with the MSBA. And it's the same process that your school had to go through in order to get approved. And as we started out by saying, we really start these projects with an educational plan. We craft and build an educational plan from which the architecture will then complement. And during that process, we had to look at the MSBA prescribed renovations only. We had to look at what it would cost just to add some handicapped access and some minor modifications to bring it up to code. And minor was up to $100 million. We then had to investigate add renovations, how we would add on to the school, and at the same time try to do some renovations, tear it down, build it up, and still operate a campus that had athletic fields, parking access, DCR access. And then eventually we got into the new construction options. Again, those are over 40 in total, and they range from 100 million to about $275 million. And with the work of the MSBA and in that analysis of our educational program and how we could build this on the site up on the hill in a new location, the MSBA saw fit to approve our new option. We did look at some options up in the top right corner. You can see C1, C2, and 3, where we had different additions that we could build onto the school. But that would take our construction and stretch it out years, at least 2.5 more years, in order to build on an occupied site. And it would be highly disruptive to the educational delivery. It's not your traditional high school, as everyone knows, and it'd be extremely difficult to find temporary space for any type of shop. Not that it would be impossible, but certainly not on that site. So for all of those reasons, it lent itself to the upper hillside location and a new access road to take some of the burden off of the lower access road that they share with Wakefield High School.
Are you all set? Oh, there we go.
Just flipping through a little to see if we have a few more pictures. So we do have a great presentation. I'd love at some point to share, and I'd be more than happy to pass on, but we have all the facts and the figures, and there's a little diagram to end with that is a representation of what it would look like in the interior.
And Mr. Moderator, if we are successful in getting the funding and votes and funding, we would anticipate starting early site packages. We're going to deliver this project through the CMRS delivery method, which allows us to get up there and start prepping the site while the design advances to 100% drawings, after which time we'll publicly bid it. And then in the following summer, we'll really hit the ground running on constructing the new building, which would take us through August of 2025. We'll move the kids across the parking lot and up the hill to the new facility. Then we'll tear down the old facility and create some new parking and rearrange some of the playing fields. And that would take place the following year, by the following year, 2026.
Thank you. Mr. Sylvester, did you already follow up, or are you all set?
I'm good.
Okay, further discussion. Mr. Carnahan.
Thank you. Joe Carnahan, Precinct 6. I'd like to move the question, please.
Okay, that requires a 2/3 vote, and it is non-debatable. If we could have a poll put up and vote yes if you would like to end debate, and no if you want to continue debate.
Mr. Moderator, ending the poll,
Okay,
and it's 146 yes and 21 no.
the vote being 146 in the affirmative, 21 in the negative, the motion to end debate has carried. We will now go to a vote on the main motion. If we could have a poll put up, vote yes if you are in favor of the main motion, and no if you are not.
Mr. Moderator, ending the poll.
Okay,
We have 165 yes and 4 no.
the vote being 165 in the affirmative and 4 in the negative, the motion carries. We'll now move on to business under Article 8. Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
Do we have Mr. Brown?
Mr. Brown, there we go. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Okay, thank you very much. You can hear me now?
Yep.
Bob, could you put up the motion?
Yep,
Please.
it's up there now. Yep.
Okay, thank you. I think in this day when everybody has cell phones, when I came first on the town meeting years ago, you knew pretty much all your town meeting members. You could look them up in the telephone book. Today, we don't have that. Many people only have cell phones. I hear an awful lot about transparency. I think that every town meeting member should be available to his constituents if they want to talk to him. not by email, but by vote. There's nothing better than phone to phone or over a cup of coffee. And that's the reason I put that in there. And I also believe, if I'm not mistaken, and hope town council may agree, that is, in fact, by state law, you are required to give your phone numbers. And that's the end of my presentation.
Okay, do we have a bylaw report, Mr. Struble?
Go ahead, Mr. Struble.
Hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. No, we do not have a bylaw committee report. First I heard about this article was when I opened up my article as a town meeting member and saw it. I was rather surprised to find out that they're trying to change a bylaw without asking the bylaw committee to review it. I asked town hall what happened, and apparently it was just submitted by Mr. Brown and put on the article, put on the warrant, I guess, as is. And I guess that has to be put on as is. So we had a meeting a week ago on November 1st, and I brought this up as new business about should we review this article or give any kind of review to town meeting of it. And we decided that it really, we didn't have enough information about it to do that. Plus, it really wasn't fair to the petitioners since they weren't there to present why they're doing this. So we have no report. That's the long and the short of it.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, does the town council have any comments on this?
Mr. Moderator.
Yep.
I don't have any comments on whether there is a state law requiring phone numbers to be provided of town meeting members. I do know that it is the supervisor of public records position that information pertaining to elected officials is a public record. So to the extent that the town holds a town meeting member's personal email address, personal home address, and personal phone number, those records would be public.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Mr. Carnahan said that he had a proposed amendment. Mr. Carnahan, are you there?
Go ahead, Mr. Carnahan.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Joe Carnahan, Precinct 6, have submitted a proposed amendment to this. With all due respect to the petitioner's preference for telephone over email, I believe that I suspect the majority of town meeting members actually find email a more convenient and comfortable medium for town meeting related correspondence than the telephone. So I would like to update this change to encourage collection and publication of email contact information along with the suggested telephone and address information.
Okay, the town clerk, do you have a copy of it? Does the town manager have a copy that we can put up on the screen? I know this is available to all town meeting members, but it might be good if we had it in front of us.
Yeah, if Joe could just help me edit what's shown on the screen, I'd be happy to do it.
Okay, Mr. Carnahan.
Certainly. Let me pull up my own copy, which actually it's from the town website, but it's the one I submitted. So the motion is to amend Article 8 to replace the words street address and phone number with street address, a phone contact number, and an optional email address. And I did include the word optional intentionally. I understand we can't legislate that. I don't believe we can legislate that people have email addresses.
Okay. And do we have a second? We do. Okay. Do you have further comments on that, Mr. Carnahan?
I believe I've said everything I had to say.
Okay. Further discussion on the proposed amendment.
Mr. Giacalone.
Mr. Giacalone.
Yeah, I need to ask again, is giving the phone number something that's required by law? Because quite honestly, if I'm working, I don't want my phone ringing with things interrupting what's going on during working, during tax season and things like that. I mean, it's bad enough as it is. If someone wants to contact me by email, I think it's up to the town meeting people to decide when and where and how they either return a phone call or an email and set those parameters up on their own. Can someone answer if it's can it be stated again if that's a requirement by law that we give out a phone number?
Ms. Freed?
Mr. Moderator, I'm unaware of any statute that requires submission of a phone number. That said, I defer to the town clerk as to what is the practice here in Reading when an individual pulls papers to run for election.
Ms. Jem, do you have a comment?
So when they pull papers, we just ask for their name and address. And then once they're elected, we ask for their email.
Then I would rather not be required to give my phone number out. You know, the email that I use for town meeting and stuff like that, that's fine. But I don't want to have to give a phone number out and have people calling me day and night or have the ability to call me day and night. That's not fair, I think, to any town meeting member.
May I step back for just a moment? We do take phone numbers for information purposes when they're pulling papers. I just thought about that.
But that's not published information, Ms. Jem, is it?
No, because it's only for the purposes of if there's a problem. When you turn your papers in, we take your phone number then, because if there's an issue with the certification of signatures, we call you to tell you that you have our short signatures.
Okay, then I propose to amend this thing to take out the phone number.
Okay, so you're proposing an amendment to the amendment?
Sure.
Okay, so it would read street address and an optional email address?
That's fine.
Okay.
That's enough. People can make up their own communications after that.
Okay, so we have now turned to a amendment to the amendment. Any comments on that? We have a point of order from Mr. Arena.
Go ahead, Mr. Arena.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Jane. I thought I understood Ms. Jem to say that emails and addresses were already being collected. That being the case, the intent of the amendment to the amendment's already, I think this is already met with
Ms.
no
Jem?
additional work.
Okay, Ms. Jem has a follow-up.
So we started collecting phone numbers and email addresses with the condition that we would only use it for town business only and not share it. This will allow us to be able to share it with the public and residents to be able to
I see.
contact.
Thank you very much. That's helpful.
Okay, so further discussion on the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
I have no problem with the email address, and I think maybe to solve a little bit of everybody's thing and say and or email address and get rid of the optional. So that gives them the choice of either a contact or an email.
Mr. Brown, make sure you're always speaking directly into your microphone.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so you I don't know if we usually use and or. What is the language that we would normally put in for that? Do we have a comment? I know what the intention is, but
from whom?
Either the bylaw committee or the town council. We may not.
Moderator.
Okay, Ms. Freed.
From a legal perspective, or would be the preferable language there.
Okay, that's what I was guessing, but I wanted to hear that. Okay, so the Mr. Giacalone, you made the most recent amendment. Would you be okay with that change, or if not, we will continue on a debate on that?
Go ahead, Mr. Giacalone.
So let me understand this correctly. It would be the street address or optional email address, or did you say phone number or email? I'm not sure what's being changed.
I was taking it to mean street address or an optional email, but who made that proposal?
It was Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown? Okay, Mr. Brown, yeah, the original.
Yeah.
Is that what your intention was?
Mr. Brown, please raise your hand so we can ask you to clarify. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. I have no problems with either, a phone number or an email address. I have no problems with that at all. So whatever.
Okay.
So that would leave out the phone number, right? It says it would read street address.
No, leave the contact number in there.
Okay, we're getting lost here. I think
Mr.
we will.
Moderator?
Yes, Ms. Freed.
I don't want to speak for Mr. Brown, but I believe the way that he is looking to have this drafted is that it would state that you shall provide the town clerk with your street address and a phone contact number or an email address for public.
Absolutely, yep.
Okay, so.
All right, so the town meeting member can choose whether they want to give a phone number or an email address.
Street address.
Yep.
Yes, right. That is the way it reads. That would the way it would read under that proposed amendment to the amendment.
Sure, then let the town meeting member decide which they want to give. Because the street address is already part of the information anyway, so that's nothing new.
Okay, so is that okay to be your proposed amendment to the amendment?
Sure.
Okay.
It could be the phone number or email address.
Okay. All right. We also have a point of order from Mr. Beckwith.
Yep. Go ahead, Mr. Beckwith. Raise your hand, please. Mr. Beckwith, can you raise your hand? There we go. Go ahead.
Mr. Moderator, Jeff Beckwith, Precinct 6. Just wondering if the maker of a motion can then make a motion to an amendment to their motion. I'm just very confused because this is an article proposed by Mr. Brown. There was a motion, then another motion, and Mr. Brown was clarifying the motion on the motion. So just want to make sure everything's in order.
I believe it is. I think right now we have a proposed amendment to the amendment made by Mr. Giacalone. It was smoothed out a bit with Mr. Brown, but the latest one is the proposed amendment to the amendment made by Mr. Giacalone. And that's as far as we can go without getting too confusing. So we will debate that before we move on to the proposed amendment. Is there further discussion? Mr. LaLaSure?
Yeah, Mr. Moderator, please correct me, but the way I took the discussion was a lot of friendly amendments. So there really isn't an amendment to the amendment anymore. There's just this single amendment. Now, certainly Mr. Giacalone can correct that.
Well, Mr. Carnahan made the initial proposed amendment.
And then Mr. Giacalone, I thought, proposed an amendment on top of that.
Right.
Which I think is now moot.
Well, we'll ask Mr. Carnahan. Is that okay with you, or do we want to keep these separate?
Go ahead, Mr. Carnahan.
Thank you. Joe Carnahan, Precinct 6. Yes, I think if the procedure that makes sense to me would be, I guess, if Mr. Giacalone retracted his amendment and then I accepted this as a friendly amendment to my amendment, that would give us what's on the screen, the text, street address, and a phone contact number or an email address. That what's here makes sense to me, and I would certainly accept it as a friendly amendment.
Okay, unless there are any objections, that is how we're going to smooth this out. None appearing. Okay, we now have one proposed amendment, which is before you on the screen in red. Okay, further discussion on the proposed amendment.
Okay, Nancy Doctor.
Ms. Doctor.
No, I wanted to ask something about the main.
Okay,
motion.
we'll come back to you. All right. Anything else on the proposed amendment?
Vanessa Alvarado.
Ms. Alvarado.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I actually have a question on or a statement on the main motion. So can I be called on later?
Yes. Okay. Actually, why don't we put it in chat for a couple of minutes here, just so anything on the proposed amendment. That way we'll keep the line in order.
as a clarification, Mr. Moderator, that is anybody who has a comment on the amendment should put something in the chat that they would like to speak. There we go.
Yes.
Okay. All
Okay,
right.
Ms.
Mr. Pacino.
Oh, Mr. Pacino, I'm sorry. Mr. Pacino?
Go ahead, Mr. Pacino.
Hang on a minute. Let me get that out of the way. So, Mr. Moderator, Phil Pacino, Precinct 5, and retired former chairman for life of the bylaw committee. I think a better wording would be with street address and either a phone contact number or an email address for publication. And I think Mr. Brown could accept this as part of the main motion if that's okay with him. And therefore it would be right back to the main motion going forward at this point.
Well, before we accept that, I would ask both Mr. Brown and Mr. Carnahan if that's acceptable to them as part of the main motion. Please put something in chat if you have an issue with that.
Okay, I have two more individuals who'd like to speak on the amendment.
Okay, we'll continue on until we hear otherwise. First, next one on the proposed amendment.
Marianne McLaughlin Downing.
Ms.
Please
Downing?
raise your hand. Ms. Downing, please raise your hand. There we go. Nope. Please raise your hand. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, I would like to amend this language to be more precise. I do this all the time with my work. I think it should read, and at least one of a phone contact number or an email address. That way someone can provide both. And you can provide one or the other or both. And to me, that's the most precise and avoids any confusion.
Okay, again, I will go back to the mover of the main motion and the, okay, Mr. Carnahan is comfortable with Ms. Downey's proposal. Okay, how about Mr. Brown?
Mr. Brown, if you can indicate in the chat if you're accepting of that language from Ms. Downing, or you can raise your hand. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Brown.
I'll accept her as it's written. I think that's a great idea.
Okay, great.
Okay.
I can make it simple, makes it easy, and gives everybody a chance to choose their choice.
Okay, all right. Is there any objection to accepting that as part of the original main motion?
Mr. Moderator, please review the chat. Ms. Downing is just adding some precise language. I would also just add, quote, at least one of blank and blank, or change the or to and. But I think we had a conversation about
okay.
or.
All right, so we're, okay, I see what you're saying. So are we taking that out or adding that in? Or in, I see, okay. All right, again, I asked, does anybody have any?
So yeah, Mr. Moderator, we have Mr. Horn wanted to speak. Mr. Horn, if you still would like to speak, please raise your hand. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Horn.
Yeah, sorry, I also indicated in the chat that I was going to suggest the same.
Oh, okay.
I'm all set. I lowered my hand and indicated so in the chat, so I'm out.
Okay, so again, any objections to this being the main motion?
Well, there's also, yes, Mr. Sylvester would like to speak against
Okay,
that.
Mr. Sylvester, you want to speak on the newest wording? We're just trying to get this straightened out so we know what we're talking about.
Go ahead, Mr. Sylvester.
I would like Paul Sylvester, Precinct 3. With respect to these latest changes, I consider that my phone contact number and my email address are not for publication. I believe that there are better solutions to this. Certainly, I believe that that we should provide this information to the town clerk. it's the for publication that makes me upset about this latest set of changes or whatever. And just to summarize, why can't all town meeting members be given a Reading email
Now,
address?
Mr. Sylvester, are you going back to, right now, we're asking if there's any objection to making this the main motion. Then you still can get back to discussing the main motion.
I don't have a problem with making,
Okay.
well, I do have a
That's-
problem with making this the main motion because I don't agree with it. So,
Okay, so in that case, since we have an objection, we will continue this in red as being a proposed amendment, and we will continue debating the proposed amendment. We'll keep it as a separate amendment because we need to take a vote on it. It was only if it was unanimous would I have accepted that. So we are back to discussing this new latest proposed amendment. And now, Mr. Sylvester, I'll let you speak on it again.
Oh,
If you want.
I just took
Oh,
away his ability to speak.
okay.
So please raise your hand again, Mr. Sylvester.
So you are objecting to this latest change.
Go ahead.
yes, when it comes time, I will object to the main motion when we get back there, but I'm getting ahead of things.
Okay, fine. All right, any more discussion on the proposed amendment? We'll put that in.
They should put it in the chat.
put it
I'm
in the
not clear
chat.
if Mr. Horn would still like to speak or Vanessa Silva. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Horn, did you want to speak on the proposed amendment?
Yes, just for clarification, shouldn't it be one of a contact number or an email address as opposed to and? It's a bit confusing, using the word and there.
Okay, I don't know if anybody wants to make a change to that or not. Okay. All right, further discussion on this?
Okay.
Okay, oh, Ms. Downing has another comment. Ms. Downing?
No, hold on a second. Keep your hand up, Ms. Downing. Go ahead, Ms. Downing.
So I just want to explain legally why you want the and. You have to versus the or, Bernie. You need to read out the sentence. If you're saying at least one of a list of things, they're not in the alternative. So I want to buy at least one of milk, bread, and cookies. I don't want to buy at least one of milk, bread, or cookies. Like you'd have to. Maybe that I'm not giving the best example. Just trust me legally, because I do this all the time with patent claims. There's a different meaning with and or. And or can mean will mean it can't be both of them. But you need the and to leave in the possibility of both of them, if that's what your intent is.
Okay, thank you. Further
I
discussion?
know it's not patents, but
Yeah, further discussion on the proposed amendment.
Ms. Silva.
Ms. Silva.
Hi there, Vanessa Silva, Precinct 8. I just had a question with the wording at the beginning of the article where it said within 7 days of being notified of being elected a town meeting member.
Okay, that is going back to the main motion. Right now we're discussing, just the change that's in red.
Oh, gotcha.
We will come back to you. Okay, further discussion on the proposed amendment.
I'm not seeing anything else in the chat
Okay,
relative to the amendment.
We will call up a poll for the proposed amendment.
Well, Mr. Moderator, Ms. Binda has her hand raised, but she hasn't indicated in the chat if she'd like to speak specifically to the amendment. We are not talking about the main motion at this time. Yes, she does. Okay,
Yes,
great.
okay, Ms. Bender, you want to talk about the proposed amendment?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Angela Bender, Precinct 5. I just have a question. I'm not going to disagree with Ms. Downing, but is the punctuation correct? And at least one of a comma dash phone contact? Does that need to be corrected?
Moderator.
I believe the comma is stricken out. Mr. LaLesher?
Yeah, that's, the comma is a dash above it because that's crossed out.
That's what I thought too, yeah. Okay, further discuss, oh, there was another one in the proposed amendment. I just saw it flash, but
Yeah, we have Mr. Feudo.
Mr. Feudo.
Go ahead.
Yes, I appreciate what Ms. Downing was attempting to do, but I still don't think this language makes much sense. I think what it needs to say is that you were providing with your street address and your contact telephone number and or email address. That prevents the notion that there is a you can only provide one, but it makes clear that you have to provide at least a street address and or a phone number or an email address. And I think if you make that change, it's pretty clear to everyone what it intends to do.
Ms. Fried, can you explain this? I believe it is correct now, but Ms. Fried, is this doing what they want to do?
Mr. Moderator, this is accomplishing what town meeting is looking to do, to allow the individuals to provide either just a phone contact information or an email address or both. There's a lot of debate about whether or encompasses both, or as Ms. Downing seemed to imply, only one. I think in our office, we take the position that or allows for both, but if you want to use the and here, that would be appropriate as well. I think legally speaking, this accomplishes what town meeting seems to desire with this proposed amendment.
Okay, I think we'll accept that as a yes. Is there further discussion on the proposed amendment?
Seeing none.
Seeing none, we will take a poll on the proposed amendment.
Mr. Moderator, ending the poll.
Okay.
And we have 138 yes and 20 no.
28, did you say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 138 in the affirmative, 28 in the negative. The motion carries and the main motion has been amended. We will now go back to debate on the main motion.
Okay, Ms. Doctor.
Ms. Doctor.
Nancy Doctor, Precinct 1. We just spent all this time talking about this and I still don't have any context of, was there a problem? Has the town received complaints from residents? They can't get in touch with us? I really would like some background. And I guess the fact that this bypassed the bylaw committee, all of this could have been addressed. In fact, I think it should be addressed by the bylaw committee. And while this may be something that I'll vote for in the future, I think I'm going to vote against this until it goes before the bylaw committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the main amendment, main motion.
Okay, Ms. Alvarado.
Ms. Alvarado.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Vanessa Alvarado, Precinct 5. My experience with having my phone number and email account being made public has been very detrimental. I have been added to countless spam, telemarketing, politically charged newsletters, and other unsolicited services. My phone rings at all hours of the day and night. and these have coincided with my running for office and escalated drastically last year. It has been a very effective and relentless form of harassment. It is one thing to provide the town clerk with personal contact information. I find that very reasonable. However, I would caution against allowing the publication of your personal contact information. You never know who will use this information as a petty form of harassment. And once it starts, it cannot be stopped. Instead, I would request that the town provide all town meeting members with an official town email address to help us separate our personal emails from our need to communicate as elected representative, which I think is a very good thing. I will not support this article, and for the sake of your privacy, I would ask you to vote no as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Matthew McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Yeah, I mean, it also sounded like council said that technically the information is already available per Freedom of Information. It's out there. This doesn't really specify other than for publication, by whom, but when, et cetera. It feels very vague and kind of under considered. My bias is also to support the town email address if we have to. I don't love having a 37th email address, but what are you going to do? That feels like a more tenable solution than what's proposed, what's been proposed.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Mr. Arena.
Mr. Arena.
That's an accident. I apologize. I didn't see my hand raised.
No problem. Okay. Further discussion?
Mr. Herrick.
Mr. Herrick.
Yes, Steve Herrick, Precinct 8. I reluctantly proposed another amendment. I too have a problem with the word publication. It seems a little vague, unspecific, and open for me. I can see why there are reasons why people would not want to have this information posted. I don't even know what that means. In the newspaper, on a website, what does that mean exactly? There's all sorts of reasons why you wouldn't want that information just available to anyone. However, I am respectful of the petitioner's need or request that town meeting members be accessible to their constituents. So I would request, propose an amendment that we replace the word for publication with to be provided to residents upon request.
Okay, if we can get that keyed in, good. And is there a second? Second, okay. Mr. Herrick, do you have any further discussion on that?
That's it.
Okay, further discussion on the proposed amendment.
Okay, so we're going to run that back through the chat.
We'll use that in the chat. Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'm looking in the chat to see if anybody would like to speak on this amendment. Alicia Williams.
Ms. Williams, okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Alicia Williams, Precinct 8. I actually agree with Mr. Herrick's for publication amendment. I have a question for the town clerk. Is there a way that we can make this do it only for town meeting members? So it's not like, you know, I know that people go down to town hall and do public record requests for all the businesses in town and all those. Is there a way that that can be protected? I don't agree that we should have town meeting member emails that opens up a whole nother kettle of fish, but could we do something to just allow it only for town meeting members? And I would agree with striking for publication.
Ms. Jim?
So the way I understand the question is that you would like to provide email only to town meeting members and not residents?
I guess you bring up a good point, because the people who would want to, the way Mr. Brown has proposed this is he is trying to get in touch with other town meeting members. That's my understanding of what he's trying to get at. I will say that I tried to get in touch with a town meeting member a few days ago, and it was kind of, a wild goose chase trying to find the email, the phone number, and I finally connected. So for just town meeting members, yes, I just don't want it. I agree with people. It shouldn't be just public consumption, public record requested, everybody on town meeting.
So one thing I'd like to clarify is that if the town has possession of your phone number and or email address, it is public record.
Okay.
So, in the past, we have provided a group email, so the residents can click on a group email off the website. That way they were not giving your personal email addresses. We can go back to doing that, but there's no way we can actually protect your email address.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, was it Mr. Beckwith next?
No, it was Vicky Fortin and then
sorry.
Barry Berman and then Mr. Beckwith.
Oh, sorry about that. Ms.
That's
Fortin?
okay. One moment. Go ahead, Ms. Fortin.
Hi, Vicky Fortin, Precinct 2. I actually have a problem with the upon request part of that, because what's the difference between publishing a list somewhere and does anybody being able to call town hall? All it does is make more work for the people at town hall. I wasn't aware that as part of this conversation, I found out that just my giving her my email address and phone number as part of my paperwork makes it public record and anybody can get it. I have an unlisted phone number. I have a problem with all of this, but I'm an elected official, technically, I guess. So, but I don't support this upon request part because I think it just muddies the waters totally. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion on the proposed amendment.
One moment. Mr. Berman.
Mr. Berman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ms. Wellman, Barry Berman, Precinct 4. I was actually going to make an amendment, but Mr. Herrick beat me to it. I think the whole purpose, from at least what I understand, or how I would support this as an elected town meeting official, I think it's appropriate and in fact required that our constituents should be easily able to get a hold of us, whether that's an email address or a phone call. So my amendment was going to be, and I don't know, Mr. Herrick would think this as a friendly amendment, would be to strike what's in there and then say contact number and or email address for publication on the town website. Because then someone who wants to weigh in on having us vote on a certain way could click on the website and find out who are the town meeting members in Precinct 4 and how do I get a hold of them. And then we're just limiting to where that publication is going to be. And we don't have to make more work for people to find out who their town meeting reps are. So I don't know if that would be viewed as a friendly amendment or it needs to make a separate amendment, but I would just have it for publication on the town website, specifically so that residents can get a hold of their elected town meeting.
Okay, that to me seems like a much different feeling than what the original one was. So I think rather than getting into the mess that we just got in a few minutes ago, I will not take that yet. But if this does not pass, I will come back to you.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Further discussion on the proposed amendment.
One moment. Mr. Beckwith.
Mr. Beckwith.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jeff Beckwith, Precinct 6. This is a comment on this amendment, but it's also relevant to the main motion. And that is, I'm just wondering what the enforceability of this is. That the public, the voters elect town meeting members. If a town meeting member does not supply any of this information, what is the result? And so therefore it is the public's duty then, if they object to someone withholding a phone number or an email address, they can vote them out at the next town election when that person's on the ballot. So I understand the motivation. I certainly will be providing my phone number, my email address. It's already out there, but I just don't think that this is consistent with hometown democracy in the sense that it's the voters who are in charge. The voters are the ones who make the decision about who qualifies to be in town meeting. They elect us or anyone to be a member of town meeting. And I don't understand, perhaps council can opine on what happens if someone doesn't provide this information. So I'm not sure if this entire article is relevant to the actual operation of town meeting. I understand the motivation, but I just don't see this as something that actually is enforceable. Thank you.
Does the town council have a comment?
Mr. Moderator,
Ms. Freed.
to the extent that this bylaw is properly adopted by town meeting and approved by the Attorney General's office and becomes an official provision of the town's general bylaws, it would be enforceable in court. A resident could bring suit to enforce the bylaw if a town meeting member fails to provide the requisite information. That being said, the amount of time that it would take, it would likely be at least one election cycle, and it could be possible that the voters would have more of a say than a court case would in this particular instance.
Thank you. Further discussion on the proposed amendment?
Mr. Giacalone.
Mr. Giacalone?
Yes, as I stated before, and there are so many people that I've heard that I agree with about this information request. Ms. Alvarado, the woman who spoke previously about how is available upon request any different than publication. To have the phone number out there, I just don't think it's something that's necessary. I agree if they want us to have people have access to us. Our names are already listed on a town meeting website. People can find your address anywhere, but the town can provide us with a town email if people need to reach out to us. People have found me before. They've reached out to me. I haven't had a problem with it. But to put that information in a publication, to have it available upon request, I don't want my phone number out there, period. And I don't want to have my email now inundated with things for town stuff, so that this available upon request. We've spent a lot of time on this discussion. Some people, like the last gentleman, don't have a problem with putting their information out there. That's fine. I'm a professional. I run my own business. I run an office. I don't want that information out there for this town stuff to be a publication. It's just not something I think that would have good intentions. So I would not be supporting this article to have that information published, period. If you want to make it a town email, that's fine. But I'm not supporting this article.
We have a point of order by Mr. Herrick. Are you saying this is not the way it was proposed?
Go ahead, Mr. Herrick.
Yes, I know that there was debate over how this should be treated, and which I accept. However, the main point of my amendment to the main motion was that this information not be published for the reasons that Mr. Giacalone and others have stated, that people are uncomfortable with having that information simply placed out there in an easily searchable website that robots and whatnot can come up and pick up numbers on, but should still be available to residents who want to reach out to their constituents, who want to reach out to their representative on town meeting to voice their concerns and opinions and so forth. So the intent of my amendment was that this information should be available, but not published information. So that's why I object to the on the town website, which kind of sort of takes the purpose out of what my amendment originally was.
Mr. LaLacheur?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The on the town website is a placeholder for a second amendment. The moderator has always allowed 2 amendments to be on the floor at the same time.
Okay, I'm sorry. It wasn't apparent to me that had been made as an amendment to the amendment.
And I don't blame you. It was getting kind of confusing there. And so that you're right, Mr. LaLacheur, that is a subsidiary amendment to the main amendment.
Well, if I may follow up, then I would suggest that I do not support the amendment to the amendment because I believe it. I don't know. It doesn't even make sense to me when I read it now. I don't know what that means. How can you provide something on request on the town website?
No.
It's on the town website.
Can I clarify this?
It's there.
Mr. LaLachair?
Yeah, the first amendment is without the on the town website. The second amendment would require me to change some other things here. So I was just leaving myself a note that someone else offered an amendment. If you want me to delete the second amendment, you know, you always entertain them in person, but I'm happy to delete it so people can get on with this.
That's a good idea. So we can get on with it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's
Mr. Moderator.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Are you ready for the next speaker?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Emily Sisson,
Ms. Sisson?
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Emily Sisson, Precinct 2. I'd like to maybe make a friendly amendment to Mr. Herrick that maybe gets at his point without having it be published the way that people seem to be upset. Is it possible to do a listserv so that we provide our personal email addresses to the town clerk and a listserv is posted to the website so that anybody looking to contact all members of Precinct 2, for example, could click that link and, you know, they don't see them, they can't be scraped, but the town clerk has control.
Okay, I would take that as a later amendment too. I'm not, we need to finish off what we have here, then we'll come back to making changes to it. Further discussions?
Let's see, hold on. Jonathan Barnes.
Mr. Barnes?
Mr. Barnes, can you raise your hand? There we go. Go ahead, Mr. Barnes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan Barnes, Precinct 5. I'm way out of line here, and I probably wouldn't be able to offer this at this point. I don't know, but can you put the other screen back on, please, for me? I can only see the list of.
Yeah, sure. Someone just asked to see the list of hands, so I can't
okay, Bob, that's fine. That's fine. I guess what I would suggest, and Mr. Moderator, this may not be appropriate because it may be the main motion, but I would like to debate an amendment that simply says that upon being within 7 days of being notified, being elected town meeting member, town meeting members will be provided a town email address for purposes of publication. I don't know if that's appropriate here or whether it would have to come later, but you tell me.
Mr. LaLachair?
Yeah, I can tell you right now that we do not have the staff or the Outlook platform to be able to do that.
Never mind.
Okay. Further discussion on the proposed amendment?
I'm not seeing any others in the chat on the
Okay, then
proposed amendment.
Then we will take a vote on the
Mr.
proposed
Moderator?
amendment.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
Mr. Moderator.
Yes, Ms. Fried.
I just wanted to have a point of clarification.
Sure.
The town cannot override the public records law. So to the extent that the town is in possession of an elected official's home address, home phone number, and home email, according to the supervisor of public records, that information is already available upon request. I just want to make clear that we can't override any statutory requirements of the public records law.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe Mr. Sylvester has a comment on the proposed amendment.
Go ahead, Mr. Sylvester.
I have a very basic problem or question. Move that the town add a new section 2.1.3. To what? You can't do what that says because you have no idea what to do it to. Doesn't say the charter, doesn't say the bylaws, it just says a new section. This should have gone through the bylaw committee. That's my comment.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion on the proposed amendment?
Seeing none, Mr. Moderator.
Seeing none, we will go to a vote on the proposed amendment. Can we have a poll put up?
Mr. Moderator, ending the poll,
Okay,
and we have 60 yes and 100 no.
vote being 60 in the affirmative and 100 in the negative, the motion does not carry. We now return to debate on the original motion as amended. Further discussion?
Ms. Wiggins.
Ms. Wiggins.
Hi, Teresa Wiggins, Precinct 8. I am just really thinking that I would rather this go to Bylaws Committee, so I'll be voting against this particular motion, though I do agree that having, as a public official, having the public having the ability to contact us and ask questions and let us know how they would like for us to advocate for them is important, but I'll be voting no on this particular motion so that it can go to Bylaws Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the main motion?
Angela Binda.
Ms. Binda.
Thank you, Angela Binda. Precinct 5, I move the question.
Okay, question has been moved. That is non-debatable. Requires a 2/3 vote. If we could have a poll put up.
Mr. Moderator, ending the poll,
Okay,
144 yes and 23 no.
the vote being 144 in the affirmative, 23 in the negative. It meets the 2/3 requirement and the debate has ended. We will now go straight to a vote on the main motion as amended. Have a poll put up. Okay, good.
Mr. Moderator, ending the poll,
Okay,
and we have 19 yes and 147 no.
vote being 19 in the affirmative, 147 in the negative. The motion does not carry. Business under Article 9, Ms. O'Neill.
Ms. O'Neill needs to. We have Mr. Berman who has raised his hand.
Well, this is Ms. O'Neill is making the motion.
Okay. Ms. O'Neill, please raise your hand so we can call on you. There we go. Oh, there we go. Okay. No. Ms. O'Neill, please. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Ellen O'Neill, Precinct 4. With me is town meeting member Dave Talbot from Precinct 5, who will be sharing this presentation with me. This
Okay.
town meeting has overwhelmingly passed 2 instructional motions, one in November 2020, the second in April 2021, seeking reductions in density, more open space, a little more flexibility in the 40R zoning for our downtown smart growth district. Bob, could you go to the next slide and we'll see those instructional motions, please? Thank you. We have not seen any changes yet. In fact, the first time town staff showed potential line edits to the 40R zoning bylaw for the downtown district was to CPDC last Monday night. Town staff and CPDC, however, with the help of the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, have started the overall process of soliciting input, and initial revisions are being prepared. The timeline for the remaining elements of this process are outlined in the 40R zoning update that is in this evening's warrant on pages 3 to 6. And we thank the town for providing everyone with this update. The problem is, though, that not only are these changes not before us tonight, but they may not even be ready for April. There's a big caveat in the timeline, which involves the review by the State Department of Housing and Community Development. But in the meantime, we find ourselves with new projects being considered on Chute Street and Woburn Street. We see that the former Rite Aid building on Haven Street is now under a demolition delay. The small Flatiron building, on Haven Street to the right of Eastern Bank has been sold, and at least one more building on Haven Street is now up for sale. We are also in the meantime seeing new impacts emerge as what has been built to date emerge, including impacts on street parking. The article that we are proposing tonight, and that we hope that town meeting will support wholeheartedly, would impose a pause on CPDC approvals to allow the changes to the 40R zoning district that we'd like to see considered and enacted. As the current zoning stands, we have left ourselves a few bargaining tools to achieve the kind of downtown that town meeting has already said it would like to see. Let's take a quick look at how we stand and where we might go. Next slide, please, Bob. So far, 195 new 40R housing units in the small downtown smart growth district have been approved. This doesn't include the Met, which is just outside the 40R and is a 40B, but that impact is also being felt in the downtown. Also, we don't see full occupancy in these units yet. And at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Dave. If you would unmute Dave.
Mr. Talbot?
Thank you. Oh, and next
Mr. Talbot, please raise your hand. Go ahead, Mr. Talbot.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, Mary Ellen. Hello, town meeting members. Sorry that it's starting so late. I hope we could spend another half an hour on the phone number question, but we'll do this. So kidding aside, here are some of the concerns that I think underpinned the overwhelming votes in the past 2 instructional motions. We want to first acknowledge that the new buildings are revitalizing the downtown. It's important to be doing this, but it's also important to be doing it properly. We recognize that the design guidelines are helpful, and that there's about 900 grand of new tax revenue coming into the town. These are good things, but we're going to rebuild our downtown once every 100, 150 years. And we're not, once you do it, you do it. One of the concerns is just as we create hundreds of new units of housing where there weren't any, there aren't places for people to kind of, sit, congregate. There's not really any green space that's being added as part of this. There aren't walkways like that nice lot next to Bunratty. The 40R zone has no provision to allow us to add those as we completely rebuild these sites. This is a photo you'll probably recognize as you leave Columbo's with your pizza. That's the view down Chute Street toward the station. And these are two women taking their lunch break from the office building. And you look at it, why are they sitting in there? And the answer is, where else are they going to put their chairs to get some sun, on a lunch break? We need more than just big buildings. We need to have the depot and downtown create new spaces that make it really a destination, a sense of place. I think there's broad agreement on this. This is not a, kind of us versus them issue. This is about getting our downtown right. So the lack of open space as part of our zone is one of the issues. If you could give me the next slide, please. And again, this is a similar, because the zone allows developers to build and put the building footprint in up to 100% of the lot, this is the kind of boundary you get between two of the new buildings. This is the back of 30 Haven next to, I believe it's 2 Haven, which was there before. Again, because there's no provision to require or, encourage or incent, you just don't get it. And the developers, because they can, they demand it, they demand it, they demand it. And they say, well, it's in the zoning, so it must be your will that it'll look like this. And I think once we see it, we may feel differently. We would have loved to have seen, a spot like this have a nice passageway and there's seating area, again, like that Bunratty spot. And there are new opportunities to do things like that if we tweak this zoning. And it starts with pausing, tonight, voting for this and pausing and saying, let's rethink some of these things before we approve the next crop of buildings. Next slide, please. This one, in my opinion, is a little nicer than the 3052 Haven one, but it still is, goes right up to the sidewalk, and then on Green Street, it's right cheek to jowl against a residential house. I don't know the history of why that's so tightly packed in there, but the front of the building is also right up on the Green Street sidewalk too, protruding out from the facade of those houses. I don't think the buildings need to be quite this massive. It's not a question of not wanting them. It's a question of, sort of a more town, village scale versus an urban scale. Next slide, please. And again, this is the Gould Street project, which has, quite a nice facade to it, thanks to the design guidelines. But the back of it, it's brutal for the people back there. It's a cement block wall. I believe it's 2 or 3 feet from houses on Green Street, the backs of houses on Green Street. And I want to acknowledge Sarah Brucolaccio. I'm going to mispronounce your name, Sarah Brucolaccio. I know I got it wrong. I rehearsed that before tonight, but the Brucolaccios, she was supposed to give and help, but for technical reasons, we decided to keep it simple. I'm sorry, I'm quite tired, so I apologize for that. But I think this was unfair to these people. I don't think they understood that the zone didn't give them the 20-foot setback. It only gave it the 20-foot setback if it was a residentially zoned house, not a house that was in Business B, as this blue house is. So they really took it on the chin there, and they're asking, and I think it's fair to ask that future residential properties don't get a concrete block wall, 2 feet from the back of their house. And again, this building did not necessarily have to be this massive. It could still have been very nice, just a smidge, scaled back, an open area. So next slide, please. We're going to get another one of these, Chute Street. This is the proposed project. I believe the next hearing on it is December 13th. If anybody wants to be involved and go down to CPDC. I believe it's the continuation of the public hearing. It's sort of another one of these very, very massive buildings. This is 31 units of housing atop retail on a lot that I believe is 0.4 acre. So you can make up your own mind if this is the kind of thing you want everywhere downtown, but that's what's going to come without tweaks. Next slide, please. We have apparent parking impacts that still need study. I know planning and RPD, Reading Police, are looking into this already. I don't speak for them, but I did take these pictures the other day. I live a block from here. There are now 15 to 18 cars parked overnight, 12 hours a day from evening around till late morning on the right side of Sanborn, coinciding with the opening of the postmark residential occupancy. And we haven't seen the businesses even go in yet. to these new buildings, and the buildings are also not fully occupied. They're getting there, but they're not 100% occupied. You know, as we all know, we need these spots for businesses, for patrons, for employees. You know, while this needs to be studied about why all these cars are now here, you know, this could be a serious issue. The cumulative impact of all these, of just what you're seeing this now, once it's fully occupied, once a couple more of these buildings come in, you know, this is why the pause, I think, makes sense to understand. I also know the parking committee is looking at this too. So don't speak for them or RPD or planning, obviously, but just flagging it. This is happening. These cars were never there before. The street was always empty at night. Maybe there'd be one or two. Next slide, please. So the goals, I think, are widely shared. And I also want to acknowledge that CPDC has a good presentation posted on the town's website. I believe they might give one after this, saying that they support these types of things, you know, to create some open areas, potentially reduce units per acre. I don't know whether they support that, but adding the 15-foot minimum setback to residences, avoiding these parking shortages, and you know, and creating not just a plan for each building, but a plan for the whole downtown that includes the buildings, but also thinks about the whole downtown. These are goals that I think people who support this article, many people I've talked to feel like these are the things that we need to be doing to tweak the 40R zone going forward. Next slide, please. You know, we love this spot. I mean, who would not love this beautiful spot next to Bunratty? But the 40R doesn't provide right now to get any more of these. You know, we can change it, but you got to ask for it as town meeting. And that's why this is a citizen article saying, let's pause, let's fix this. You know, again, this article is not being put forward by town planning staff. It's being put by a citizen petition because, as Mary Ellen said, despite 2 instructional motions, you know, we didn't have anything tonight. And the first time we saw potential line edits from CPDC was a week ago. Next slide, please. Here, just to give you a sense of, well, is 40R just one thing? Is it just, you know, it's either 40R or it's not? And the answer is no. The 40R, it has a lot of flexibility. It requires 20 units per acre in a context like this. 4 of the 6 Reading 40R buildings, Postmark, 30 Haven, Gould, and I think 475 Main are, I might be getting one of those wrong, but they're in the order of 70 to 80 units per acre. The Chute Street project, which is not yet approved, is I believe at 75 units per acre, being 31 units on a 0.4-ish acre lot. Now, many of the other 40Rs, and I and others, the other supporters of this article have done research. We're trying to make sense of the other 40Rs around the state. We see a lot of them in the area of 20, 30, some are as high as 50 units an acre. We're not seeing ones that are as dense as ours. That may be incorrect. It needs to be studied, but it does appear that we have a very, very, very exceptionally dense 40R project, you know, implementation in our town. So we believe there's room for reduced scale, as with the other towns, without, you know, throwing the proverbial baby out with the bathwater of having good mixed use, but that's a little bit better in scale. Next slide, please. Now, I clipped this from a presentation on the Littleton Town Planning website. I won't go through these, but the gist of it is that the right-hand column shows units per acre of other, you know, dense, many of these are 40R projects in other communities. Granted, these are larger acreages. It's not an apples and apples comparison. I grant you that. Still in all, the right-hand column shows you units per acre in the single digits, in the teens, in the 20s, some are in the 30s, a couple 40s. Ours are 70s, you know, 80 units an acre. Granted, again, they're for small lots, but still.
Mr. Talbot, you have reached the end of your 10 minutes. Are you close?
Yep, one more slide and we're done. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, just looking for an overall master plan as other towns have. Next slide, please. Next slide. And this is just to say, we're just asking for a yes vote to pause the 40R approvals. We understand planning and CPDC are working on there's a typo in there. They're working on adjusting the zoning. Modest density reductions and added public spaces will greatly improve this 40R zone. Our downtown will become more appealing, including for the hundreds of new residents who are already down there with more to join them for the next century. Please support the article. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, before we open this to the debate, I think we have a comment by both the CPDC and the town council. We'll start with the town council. If you have something to add, Ms. Freed.
Yes, Mr. Moderator. Can we also put the motion up? Is that possible? Has the motion been made yet?
Yes, the motion's been made. Can we put the motion back up? There we are.
Okay. So the motion on the table does not seek to amend any existing section of the zoning bylaw, nor does it request adoption of a new provision halting development by citing to a specific new section of the bylaw that will be added. Thus, if this motion passes, it would have no legal effect on CPDC or the building commissioner. To the extent that an application is submitted under the town's 40R bylaw and meets the bylaw standards, CPDC would be legally required to issue the plan approval, and the building commissioner would be obligated to grant the accompanying building permit. Generally, an amendment to a zoning bylaw must comply with the process outlined in 40A. This involves not only a clear motion at town meeting to amend the existing bylaw, but also a public hearing prior to town meeting on the proposed change. That did not occur in this case. Additionally, under Chapter 40R, any amendment to a smart growth development bylaw requires the Department of Housing and Community Development's approval, and to the extent that the amendment will reduce the number of developable units in a smart growth district, a repayment to DHCD of any zoning incentive payments that were received in anticipation of the development allowed in that district must be made. Lastly, it should be noted that Section 6 of Chapter 40R makes clear that a local smart growth zoning district shall not be subject to a moratorium on the issuance of building permits for residential uses. Thus, it is highly unlikely that DHCD would ever approve a moratorium as is proposed here. Just want to make clear that if this motion passes, in my opinion, it would have no legal effect on the CPDC and the building commissioner's obligations to issue approvals required under the 40R bylaw.
Thank you. Do we have CPDC presentation or comments? We do not. Okay, all right.
No, if I may, you just need to elevate CPDC member Heather Klisch so she can speak, and Bob has a presentation.
Oh, okay. Can we do that?
Yep. Hold on. All right, go ahead, Ms. Klisch.
Ms. Klisch?
Oh, great. Thanks. You can hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well, I am Heather Klisch, Precinct 7, and a member of the CPDC. And with this presentation, we're primarily, and thank you, Mr. Moderator, for the opportunity to do this, giving a little bit of an overview of the report that was given in the warrant on pages 3 through 6.
Can I stop you for just 1 second? I noticed we had a point of order by Ms. O'Neill.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. O'Neill.
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator, I don't believe any motion was made. Could we just take a minute to make that motion official? And
well, when we present it on the screen, our tradition has been that's making the motion. So the motion has been made.
Okay, that was not the motion. That was just what was in the warrant. It was not from the motions page. The motion is worded slightly differently.
Do we have a copy of the actual motion?
Yeah, I'm looking for it, Mr. Moderator. Mary Ellen sent it via email.
But, excuse
Okay.
me, Bob, I'm talking about the motion that was in the motions page that was distributed to all town meeting members on the website.
Mary Ellen, I believe the motion I showed was that, and then you, I can share your motion that you sent a couple days ago, if that's helpful.
That would be probably what she's asking for, yes.
Yes, the motion under Article 9, that's on page, 6 of the,
Mr. Moderator, we have 2 points of order in the chat as well.
Okay, let's handle this one first.
Just so you know. Okay.
Okay, so that it? Okay. All right. Okay, there we go. Okay, Ms. O'Neill, did you have a comment on that?
yes, Mr. Moderator, I don't understand why the official copy of the motion is not available to put up on the screen. I'm really unhappy to see my email to Bob put up on the screen. There is an official copy on the website in the list of motions. It says motion under Article 9, November 2, 2021, subsequent town meeting. That is the one that should be up on the screen.
Mr. Lelishaw?
Mary Ellen, the email speak for itself. You said this is the motion you wanted to show town meeting. It's up to you.
I want the motion that is on the list of motions that's on the website that were provided to town meeting members. I mean, I printed it out. I don't know what other people do, but I want the one that is the official one that's under the subsequent town meeting information that is on the town clerk's page.
Can we get
Mary
that one?
Ellen, that was the one I was showing earlier, which you said was inaccurate. I'll share it again.
That was the page from the warrant that was up. That's the warrant page.
Yeah, let me find it.
Thank you.
Bob, there is a link in the chat. It would take you right to it.
Can people?
Okay, is that the motion? Oh, sorry.
No.
I'm trying to share my screen and for some reason it won't like that. How's that?
Is that the one?
That's it.
Great. Okay, Ms. O'Neill?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. All right. Where were we? Okay, Ms. Klisch?
Yes, thank you. And I don't want to cause any more disruption here, but if we could have the presentation back, that would be terrific.
Okay, we'll put that back and then we'll put the motion back up after that.
I hope your next town manager has more hands.
Yeah, it's a lot.
What page, Heather? Which slide?
You could go ahead and advance to the next slide and we'll get going. All right, thanks. So what I am glad to have the opportunity to do is to give a brief overview of the update that was is in our town warrant on pages 3 through 6. So it's an update on the on the update that CPDC is pursuing for the Downtown Smart Growth District, in the hopes that it will be helpful in the consideration of this article. So let me start from the beginning. For those of you who, for anyone who may not be familiar by what's meant by 40R, 40R refers to the chapter of Massachusetts law that enables a municipality to adopt an overlay zoning district to encourage mixed commercial and residential use. It encourages affordable housing. It's located near transit areas and other areas of concentration like town centers or other highly suitable locations. In a minute, I'll get to how it differs from 40B, which is also a term that is widely used and is also called such after a chapter of Massachusetts law. Chapter 40B enables a developer to build affordable housing when a community's affordable housing stock is less than 10% of its total stock. But let's, before we do that, let's review first why Chapter 40R is used as a tool by municipalities, including Reading. And you could advance to the next slide, please. All right, Chapter 40R is a useful tool in zoning because it helps the town accommodate our forecasted share of the region's growth in a planned and intentional manner, meaning that by putting it in a zoning district, it can designate where such development will go, and it allows us to have guidelines for design. It also enables the town to achieve 10% of the housing stock as affordable, and ideally stay below the 10% threshold that would trigger an opening to 40B developments as more housing is added, is added both in the Downtown Smart Growth District and elsewhere. It also does something, and that's promoting mixed use development. Mixed use meaning a combination of residential and commercial, which would not be allowed in our downtown area without the 40R zoning. So with the mixed use development, what we're able to do is increase the immediate customer base to support existing and future downtown businesses, people who live in proximity to the businesses and don't need to drive to the businesses and take up additional parking for their business visits. It also ensures that the town is able to retain commercial space downtown rather than have it converted all to residential. And it provides that mixed income housing opportunities near services and transit. We certainly do have quite the transit hub here in Reading. Could you advance to the next slide, please? Something that has occurred with our Downtown Smart Growth District is it has played a critical role in potentially offsetting another override. The redevelopment or reuse of 5 downtown properties noted at the bottom of this slide has resulted in $958,000 in new growth tax revenue. You can read the details there. About $600,000 of that is broken down to go to the school department, about $350,000 to the town government in general annually. And those 5 properties, just to place those all, that's 30 Haven, where the old Atlantic was, Rise 45 down on Main Street, Postmark is the old post office, Ace Flats is the development along Green Street. And this tax revenue does include MF Charles, which was originally considered under 40R, but it did end up being fully commercial, just to be clear about that. So, in town, we talk quite a bit about 40B and 40R. 40B, as I mentioned, is after Chapter 40B of Massachusetts General Law, and that's a type of development that is authorized under the law to provide an avenue for creating affordable housing when less than 10% of a city or town's housing stock meets the affordability criteria. 40R is what I just went over. There are some key differences to keep in mind. 40B is not subject to zoning or design guidelines. It can go anywhere. It can go in single family districts. It can go in commercial districts. There's no restriction on zoning. And we also don't have any control over the design of it. By comparison, probably the 40B development that people know most readily now is the Met, which is over on, let's say, the other side of the train tracks from where our 40R district is. So, okay, some additional comparisons. 40R, it must comply with local zoning. We do have design guidelines. We can, of course, update the zoning, update the design guidelines. 40B, as I mentioned, the purpose of it is to prioritize housing and prioritize affordable housing.
Ms. Klitsch, could the article, the motion before us is about 40R. Could we concentrate on that side of it? Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm just comparing. Thank you very much.
Yes.
And so in a 40R, what we're doing is prioritizing housing and mixed use housing and commercial. A thing to note is down there, the first line in red is that the 3 recent 40R projects, Postmark, Ace Flats, Rise 45, that's the one down on Main Street, they've contributed 96 units to the town's subsidized housing inventory. And actually with those, it's helped the town get to 10.55% affordable housing. It is important to note, by way of one of the benefits of 40R is that without those projects, we would be just under that 10% threshold. So the point is, and this is the reason for making the comparison, is that with 40R, we've limited our exposure to currently having 40B proposals come in that we have less control over. That's the connection there. Sorry about that. All right, so we have, as has been noted by Ms. O'Neill and Mr. Talbot, we have 2 instructional motions that have combined to instruct updates around maximum lot coverage, setbacks, and open spaces and pocket parks. CPDC has taken these and taken an approach of doing a holistic review rather than approaching this in a piecemeal fashion with each instructional motion as it came in, taking a full-on review of our 40R bylaws to change comprehensively to avoid inadvertent unintended consequences of partial zoning changes. And I could give examples if you wanted to, but for instance, if we require a certain percentage of each and every lot, no matter how big, no matter how small, to be a percentage of open space, we could inadvertently end up with little pieces of open space that aren't connected, that are just there because they're required. And, I personally want to make sure they're really good usable spaces. We want to create ways to, we want to explore and create ways to have those meaningful open spaces. And we also want to amend the zoning to support overall the desired outcomes while attracting the mixed use development that would be beneficial to keeping some of our businesses going in our commercial district, going in our downtown Reading area. Next slide, please. There we go. So a quick timeline of how this holistic approach has been taking shape, and updates in the opportunities in the very near term for everybody. Town meeting, all residents, all businesses to have input is right here. The timeline was this, that in March 2021, we started with a zoning workshop that did focus and had actually some really good breakout groups focused on lot coverage and dimensional requirements, opportunities for open space, greenery, and pathways, and also focused on parking needs and requirements. August, we had, is when we got the CPDC debrief on all of the material that we gathered in the zoning workshop, focus group on concerned citizens, and then we engaged the assistance and services of the Metropolitan Area Planning Commission to launch an even more in-depth process of involvement that's being called the Your Downtown Initiative, to get at what people really want to see so that we can translate that into proposed bylaws. So you can see it on the screen. I don't need to read it all, but in October we had a webinar. We had a focus group of downtown residents as businesses. Coming up in December, we have a second webinar about how zoning tools can advance the vision. So we use zoning to realize the vision that is based on input that everybody is giving us. And then it's on December 6th that we will officially open the public hearing for 40R zoning amendments. And that is basically a necessary time frame in order to have the hearing, prepare amendments, go through the official process so that we can have amendments ready by April town meeting. I believe that is all I wanted to share with you today. Although, Mr. Moderator, I can stay on and be available for questions. And I know Julie Mercier is here to assist with questions as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe Mr. Talbot had a follow-up comment.
Mr. Talbot, please raise your hand. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. And thank you for those comments. And, certainly nothing in this article opposes 40R. The benefits of 40R are understood. It's the implementation of 40R and the need for tweaks. And just wanted to reiterate that, to town council, that if there's no action on instructional motions, but and town meeting does it, as a citizen article, we don't have the ability to hold a public hearing to have it go through that process. So maybe there's a bit of a gap in the law there. The spirit of this is really, we've had the instructional motions. We've seen a whole new tidal wave of projects coming in without knowing what the new changes are looking like. And that's what the pause is meant to do, is have a chance for these to come in, whether it's through this article or it's just through the actions of CPDC to not give such big density waivers for the next batch of projects. Otherwise, we're just going to get a bunch more under the old zoning. And, we're already seeing impacts. And part of it also to town council is infrastructure impacts can be a reason to impose a pause. And we've seen infrastructure impacts in terms of parking and perhaps other things. I know we're spending a lot on water and sewer as well. Anyway, do not oppose 40R, just trying to tweak it back to the scale a little bit. So that's the spirit of this.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion.
Ms. Binda, Angela Binda.
Ms. Binda.
Thank you, Angela Binda, Precinct 5. I want to thank Ms. O'Neill and Mr. Talbot for bringing this to town meeting. I think we need to make very clear what we want to developers and what we want our downtown to look like. I attended the October 19th Your Downtown Smart Growth webinar. And I do appreciate the CPDC. I want to thank the CPDC for having these webinars, having these sessions. They really are seeking input. I think that this article is another way for us to give our input or to make very clear to CPDC and developers what we want. At that October 19th Your Downtown Smart Growth webinar, one of the developers, Christian Brandt, stated quite clearly that putting retail on the bottom floor is expensive and developers would really rather do housing. Another takeaway I got from that was the developers don't want to have to deal with parking or retail. That is their preference. Their preference is housing only, and they don't want to have to deal with parking or retail. That is what they said. They are looking to see what the town will allow and what the town wants. We've lived with the 40R district for a long time, for years now. Nobody is saying we don't want it. Nobody's saying that it hasn't done good things, but we really need to take a step back now to see what is developed, to see what projects we have, how many projects there are going on. I voted for the 40R district. I voted to increase it. I would never have imagined that we would have this many projects. So nobody's saying no to 40R. We're saying take a step back and let's be really clear about what we want. Let's be really clear to developers. I don't think most people want to see things continue at the same rate, the same pace, in the same way. So I'm going to support this. If it passes and it goes to the Attorney General and they say no to it, well, at least we will have our voices will be heard and the message will be out there. So again, I thank the petitioners and I'm going to be voting yes for this. Thank you.
I think I may have missed a point of order by Mr. Arena. Mr. Arena, do you have a point?
Mr. Arena, please raise your hand. I'm not seeing him.
Okay, maybe
Hold on. Nope, I got him. Go ahead, Mr. Arena.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Jane John Arena, Precinct 1. I believe, given the disclosure by Ms. Freed, that the purpose stated in the article cannot be achieved tonight. There's procedural issues, there are legal issues, there are compliance issues. All are frustrated by entertaining this proposed article. I'm very sympathetic to the subject matter, and I think it's very worthwhile. And perhaps there's discretion on the part of CPDC that they can apply immediately. But I think that there's no practical way to achieve the stated intent of this motion. And so just for the, just to get to the point, I think I'd like to motion to indefinitely postpone the subject matter of Article 9.
Okay, we have a motion to indefinitely postpone subject matter of Article 9. Further discussion. I will allow both discussion on the main motion and to indefinitely postpone.
Ms. Binda has a point of order.
Point of order, Ms. Binda.
You have to raise your hand, Ms. Binda. Yep, there we go.
Mr. Moderator, a question. Would anything that town council said preclude us for voting for this
No,
evening?
nope, you have the right to vote whether it's legal or not, but.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay,
Thank you.
further discussion? Mr. Brown?
Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. Based on what town council has said, I think this whole thing is useless. Make a comment made to CPDC and let's get on with the adjournment of town meeting.
Okay, further discussion, Mr. Cool?
Go ahead, Mr. Cool.
Stephen Cool, Precinct 6. I'd like to say that I support a pause. When you look at Massachusetts 40R law, it warehouses people in apartments and condos and creates what I consider to be concrete and brick jungles and robs towns of, like Reading, of their character, uniqueness, and appeal. And so even if this motion has no legal applicability right now, I would suggest we support it so that it's clear what the intent and the feeling of the town is. Thank you.
Further discussion, Ms. Zimlak?
Go ahead.
Hi, this is Nancy Zimlak, Precinct 5. I would just like to add my voice in support of this amendment. 40Rs, you have to comply with local zoning, and our local zoning is deficient. And you can see it as you walk around town. And it's wonderful that we're getting the tax revenue, and I think that's great. But I think that there's a better way to do it. And I really think that town meeting should support this motion and let the CBDC know what town meeting feels about what they're doing. Thank you.
Mr. Berman?
Mr. Berman. Go ahead, Mr. Berman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Barry Berman, Precinct 4. I've always been a huge supporter of the 40R district, from my time on the board and on Finance Committee. I think it's added a tremendous amount of, brings life to the downtown. And I really appreciate the work that Dave and Mary Ellen did, sort of bringing up the frustrations that a lot of people feel about sort of open space and parking and some of the issues. I think in our wildest dreams, we never realized like how successful this would have been. And I think it is important to take a step back. But I'm voting against this for a couple of reasons. One, I was just chilled by the comments of town council that even if we wanted to do this, it has no legal standing. So for that reason, I think it's foolish to pursue. The other thing, just from my experiences in the development community and as a lender, when a town sort of issues a moratorium, it is it's a signal to the development community that they may not, that the town may not be open and ready to do business. And if that's the case, people that we would want to come in and work as and to develop our downtown, they're going to go to other places. And once you ring that bell, you can't unring it, right? The town gets a reputation of being sort of undevelopment friendly. That doesn't mean that we have to build lot line to lot line. And I agree, we need to look at that. But from Ms. Klish's presentation, it sounds like CPDC is committed to that. And maybe Ms. Klish can further comment. It sounds like they're committed to bringing zoning, the changes that people really want for April town meeting. So if that's the case, I think we should vote this article down. One, because it's not legal. And, you know, two, it sends the wrong message. And three, we're going to be able to get the changes and improvements to the zoning article that everybody wants, because we've gotten that commitment from CPDC. So for those reasons, I think we should just not vote for this article, but all stay involved and engaged and make these zoning make the zoning better, and without just sort of giving the message that Reading's not open for business. I just think that that's, you know, it's a wrong way to go. And you know, I also like to hear from some of the business owners, some of the new residents about some of the real benefits of the 40R. I think we've gotten some great traction, welcomed hundreds of new residents to town, new businesses that never would have been there without the high density housing. And, you know, if you think that Drew's Stews and some of those other businesses would have come here without the housing, you know, it's a fool's errand. And then the other thing, you know, soon we're going to be talking about all day kindergarten, a new senior center, Killam. Without that new growth, those things are just pipe dreams. So while I really appreciate the work that Dave and Mary Ellen have brought, at least voicing the frustration and wanting to see this improved, I just think this is the wrong way to go, and I encourage people not to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Mr. Giacalone.
Oh, where there you go, Mr. Giacalone.
Sorry about that. Michael Giacalone, Precinct 5. I have a couple of comments and questions that I need to ask. First off, after hearing town council, I agree with the few other people that have spoken already. I think this is not a good use of our time to be voting on something that, according to town council, doesn't seem like it has any legal standing. That's number one. But if we do have to discuss it, one question I have, if we put a moratorium on 40Rs, can someone answer, will this open the door for 40Bs to come in place of those? Can anyone answer that question? And I have some follow-ups based on that answer.
Do we have an answer to that question?
Maybe Ms. Mercier.
Ms. Mercier?
Or maybe Ms. Freed, I don't know.
Ms. Freed, you have?
Moderator, 40Bs depend on the subsidized housing index and the percentage of affordable housing that the town currently has. If you are below 10%, then 40Bs can come in, and I believe Ms. Mercier could speak to exactly where we are in our SHI. I believe we are above that 10% right now.
Ms. Mercier?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I had some pause in thinking of how to answer this question. It starts with kind of a maybe unachievable premise that we're going to have a 40R moratorium. But yes, I believe if we were to achieve a 40R moratorium, that at a certain point we would drop below 10% and we would be exposed to 40B projects.
Okay.
Mr. Giacalone?
So based on that, now if 40Bs have the opportunity to come in, the 40Bs, am I correct that they can, they don't have to adhere to any of our zoning restrictions? So they would not have to allow for green space. They would not have to allow for these walkways and all these other things that people are trying to achieve with this 40Rs. So if 40Bs have the opportunity to come in, then they can do things that are probably far worse than what these 40Rs can do. Because 40Bs don't have to adhere to any of these codes. That's how I've always understood things. So I would have a serious concern about that if they put a moratorium on the 40Rs, and now we're subjected to even worse situations with 40Bs. Because based on this thing, they want to put an indefinite stop or moratorium on these 40Rs. So that could be a pretty big problem long-term. If they're concerned about the impact of 40Rs, I'm wondering, are they concerned about the impact of all the development that goes on in this town, whether it's residential, other commercial, and all that? So maybe instead of discriminating on the 40Rs, maybe we should put a moratorium on virtually everything and study everything and see how everything impacts the town. Because I don't understand why they're just subjecting to this one thing and not concerned about the impact of all the other types of constructions, especially if it opens the door for 40Bs. And, you know, when people say this is what we want for this town or any type of action, that's that person's opinion. It's not 100% on the town. So I think people need to be, you know, respectful of what they're saying about what we want and we this and we that. It's a certain group. So I'm really concerned if they put this moratorium that we're going to open the door for something far less something that would be beneficial for the town.
Ms. O'Neill has a response. Ms. O'Neill?
And Ms. Klisch does as well.
Okay, I'll go to Ms. O'Neill first.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that this is a very temporary moratorium. I am deeply concerned that we will not, given the timeline provided by CPDC, see these revisions or be able to see them by April of 2022. I do think they'd get to us by November of 2022. That leaves a lot of room for new projects to be coming in one by one. We're being very reactive to all these projects. So this is very temporary. If we were able to do this, I realize the legality of it. I do hope people will support it just as an indication of, you know, what the intent is. But again, it's not intended to put like a 2-year moratorium on approvals and discourage development. It's just to take, as we said, a temporary pause to let these revisions come through. We know 40R is here, and we like a lot of the benefits that particularly Mr. Berman mentioned. We agreed to that. I just wanted to raise those points. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Klisch has a follow-up.
She does, yep.
Yeah, sorry, am I on unmute now?
Yes.
Okay. Julie covered the area, the territory that I was going to cover, but I'll just keep my hand raised so you can find me if there are other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Carnahan.
Go ahead, Mr. Carnahan.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Joe Carnahan, Precinct 6. I'd like to move the question on the motion to indefinitely postpone this article.
Okay, that requires a 2/3 vote. It is non-debatable. Could we have a poll put up? If you want to vote to indefinitely postpone, vote yes. If this carries, debate would end on the entire subject. If you vote no, we go back to the main motion. So vote yes if you want to indefinitely postpone this motion. Yes.
Yeah.
What will be the question right now on indefinitely postponing? This is to end debate. Just to be clear, you're voting to end debate right now.
Mr. Moderator, there's a question in the chat.
And the question is, let me see.
End debate on what?
We are voting to end debate on the motion to indefinitely postpone. If we end debate on that, we would then go to a vote on indefinitely postponing. But right now, we're voting to end debate on indefinitely postponing.
Mr. Moderator, ending the poll.
Okay,
So we have 101 yes and 44 no.
44 no. Okay, so the vote being 101 in the affirmative, 44 in the negative, we have ended debate. We will now go to a vote on indefinitely postponing the motion. So if we could have that poll up.
Mr. Moderator, ending the poll.
Okay,
We have 95 yes and 49 no.
vote being 95 in the affirmative. What was the negative? I'm sorry.
95 yes and 49 no.
49 no. The vote being 95 in the affirmative, 49 in the negative. The motion to indefinitely postpone has carried. We will now move to business under Article 2. Ms. Herrick moves that we take Article 2 from the table, which we will do if there is no objection. Okay, we will move to Article 2, which is instructional motions. The first one comes from Mr. Carnahan. Mr. Carnahan, you have the floor.
Go ahead, Mr. Carnahan.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Joseph Carnahan, Precinct 6. And I promise I did not move the question on the last thing just so I could talk about this one. On the topic of, okay, let me just be my little statement here. So I don't need to explain to town meeting members that we consider issues that are important to our fellow residents. Many of our residents are interested in finding ways to contact us. We spent quite a while this evening discussing contact information. This instructional motion is a slightly different suggestion about how it could be brought about. If the town clerk could provide the residents with a mechanism for contacting town meeting members in their precinct via email, that would hopefully be less, would alleviate some of the concerns about publishing direct contact information for representatives, but still address the, in my opinion, very understandable concern where people want to be able to contact their elected officials.
Thank you. Further discussion on the instructional motion.
Mr. Sylvester.
Mr. Sylvester.
Hi, Paul Sylvester, Precinct 3. Mr. Moderator, we basically beat this to death earlier this evening. And while this tries to say that creating email distribution lists on request, basically, there's nothing to keep anyone from requesting that information and publishing it anywhere. I reiterate my position that my email belongs to me, as does my phone. My address is available. If you're in my precinct or you're in town, you're welcome to come by and leave a note. Set up a time when we can talk one-on-one. I'm always available or willing to set up something like that. But I just can't go for having 20 million emails. I mean, we saw it almost get out of hand in our previous special special meeting with the emails that were going around on the list, and that was one that we all signed up for. So I really am against this. I know we've heard that the town doesn't think it has the resources to assign town email addresses with a list server that can forward them to whichever email address we select. And then that email address need not be on any list anywhere. I just think we should dispatch with this.
Further discussion? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Sorry, Mr. Struble is.
Oh, Mr. Struble, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jeff Struble, Precinct 7. I'm sort of the opinion that this is a bit more that this should be something that should be directed by town meeting. I think if we could ask the town clerk to advise town meeting on the way to provide a mechanism for contacting town meeting members, but to just tell the clerk to go ahead and provide the residents with a mechanism. It's sort of bypassing what I think a lot of the concerns that were raised under Article 8 were expressing. So I would say that Mr. Carnahan, perhaps you can get together with the people who got to put Article 8 together and perhaps come up with maybe another article, which I would greatly appreciate it if you would run it by the bylaw committee, of which I am a member, before bringing it to town meeting. But I think town meeting should make this decision much more definitively than with an instructional motion. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion?
Alicia Williams.
Ms. Williams?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Alicia Williams, Precinct 8. We used to have distribution lists. I don't know what happened to that. They used to be by precinct. Can we just go back to that and put this to bed?
Ms. Jem has a comment.
So there was a list on the website and we took it down because there was a lot of members or residents using it for something other than contacting town meeting members. They were pushing businesses and that sort of thing. So if we could put it back up, if town meeting wishes to do so, but there are consequences.
Further discussion?
Mr. Giacalone.
Mr. Giacalone?
Michael Giacalone, Precinct 5. I applaud Paul Sylvester with all his comments and agree with that. We've already beaten this thing to absolute death, as he stated. Town meeting already voted this down. It's the exact same thing we were talking about before. A rose by any other name is still a rose. The email distribution list and all that, it's the exact same thing. We voted it down before. We need to vote this down again and get off this topic, please.
Further discussion?
Mr. Pacino.
Mr. Pacino.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Phil Pacino, Precinct 5, and retired chairman for life of the Bylaw Committee. I want to really second both what Mr. Sylvester and Mr. Struble said. I would recommend that, anybody who wants to, come up with emails, go meet with the, put everybody together and go to the Bylaw Committee. That's what they're there for. I served 27 years in the Bylaw Committee, and I'm absolutely amazed that one of these previous articles did not even get a presentation in front of the Bylaw Committee. When I was chair, I would have immediately moved to table the thing. But the people should go and work the system. And I got cut off when I didn't get my chance to speak before when they moved the motion on me. But the group should work together, not to come and put it on town meeting floor and be where this should be. It should be in front of the Bylaw Committee. The Bylaw Committee is there to do this. That's what we did, when I was chair for life at one time. So, we need to vote this down, and the groups, whoever put this together, to go forward and come forward with something and talk to the Bylaw Committee and come up with something concrete, and not try to do it here where we spend our whole time making amendment after amendment after amendment after amendment. George Theophanis, God rest his soul, said anytime you get a bylaw change or a zoning change, it should be voted either up or down. And if it's voted down, it gets sent back and get it amended. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm sorry to get worked up, but I'm just kind of frustrated here tonight with this. Thank you.
Further discussion?
David McIsaac.
Mr. McIsaac.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Dave McIsaac, Precinct 4. I'd like to move the question.
Okay, there's a motion to end debate. It's non-debatable and requires a 2/3 vote. Could we have a poll put up?
Mr. Moderator, ending the poll.
Okay,
It's 122 to 14.
the vote being 122 in the affirmative and 14 in the negative, the question has been moved. We will now vote on the main instructional motion. We have a poll put up.
Mr. Moderator, ending the poll.
Okay,
And it's 37 yes and 101 no.
vote being 37 in the affirmative, 101 in the negative, the motion does not carry. Second instructional motion, call on Ms. Brucolacchio.
Go ahead, Mrs. Brucolacchio.
Hi, Sarah Brucolacchio, Precinct 4. I am one of the Reading Garden Club's Adopt an Island volunteer gardeners, and like many of you, I've often looked up at those classy lampposts we have downtown and wondered how we could have beautiful hanging baskets of flowers like we see in so many other neighboring towns. I reached out to Sue Shealy, who's the president of the Garden Club, and Nancy Reed, the vice president, to learn more about what would be involved to make that happen. And the Reading Garden Club is willing to work with the Rotary and the Chamber to raise funds for these hanging baskets if the town would be able to maintain the plants. So that's what this is about. And they have a deadline for the end of November. That's when you need to order spring hanging baskets by. And at this time, I would like to turn it over to Sue Shealy, who could speak to more with more information about this.
Ms. Shealy?
Sue.
Yes, I think Sarah has basically summarized our position that we, and we do understand the town is pursuing a special business tax district that might be, and they might be able to actually raise funds for projects like this in the future. I know that it's not in place right now, but so we're sort of asking whether it's possible to do something before this sort of new business district is in place.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Nancy Zimlock.
Ms. Zimlock?
Sorry, it's not, I didn't raise my hand.
Okay, no
It
problem.
may be raised from before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There may be a
Okay.
number raised from before. So folks, check and see if your hands are raised.
Okay.
Okay.
Further
Linda
discussion?
Doxer, Linda Snow Doxer.
Ms. Snow Doxer?
Hi, thank you very much. Thank you for also this idea, Sarah. It is beautiful when towns have those hanging baskets. I'm wondering if the town itself has said that they have the staff and the water and the time to keep these beautiful baskets alive. I love the idea. I'm just worried about keeping them alive and not putting too much stress on our staff. Thank you.
Mr. LaLachair?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This is a bit of an indirect answer, but no one can promise what April town meeting may do for the annual budget next year. We certainly can't know that in November of this year.
Further discussion?
Ms. Binda.
Ms. Benda?
Sorry, it was raised from before.
Oh, no problem. Further discussion?
Mr. Carnahan.
Mr. Carnahan?
I'm sorry, hands must not have been lowered after the last motion. I did not mean to have my hand still up. Sorry about that.
Okay, further discussion?
Martha Moore.
Ms. Moore?
My concern is Martha Moore, Precinct 8. My concern is similar to that of Linda Snow Doxer, though I think hanging baskets would be beautiful, and it might be fine for the DPW to hang them in the spring and take them down in the fall. Asking them to go around weekly or every couple of days to water 75 baskets, I think would be an incredible burden on our town DPW staff.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Karen Herrick.
Ms. Herrick?
There we go.
Moderator, Karen Herrick, Precinct 8 and Select Board member. So just as a little bit of history, so we did for a time have hanging baskets hanging around the downtown, and it is a lovely idea and they do look nice. And I will say from a historical perspective, going back about 7 years, the cost to the town was $10,000 strictly to water these flowers. So I do like this idea. I would prefer to see this be a part of the business improvement or investment district. Forgive me, I forget the exact name, or maybe through some fundraising effort rather than burdening the operational budget with this at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Marianne McLaughlin Downing.
Ms. Downing?
Hi, yes, I was actually going to say something similar to Ms. Herrick, but when I was looking up, trying to find the history of this, and I think this was actually something on Facebook that Ms. Herrick and I and others had commented on, I was coming up with $20,000. And she had also made a comment at the time in the Facebook thread that there was an issue with fertilizer running out of the hanging baskets onto the cars, which could create liability, which is an interesting concern. But I think the point was back then they outsourced it. My fundamental concern, though, is can an instructional motion direct town meeting to appropriate money like this?
Instructional motions are strictly non-binding.
Okay, so this is non-binding. So anyway, I'm just supporting what Ms. Herrick said about the cost, and I think the flowers are less of a cost than the actual maintenance, and it's a great idea. And I don't know whether there's a way to do it that would not involve such a cost. And those were like $2017 of 20,000. So who knows what it is now? Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion?
James Bonazzoli.
Mr. Bonazzoli?
Good evening, James Bonazzoli, Precinct 6. And just to reiterate, yes, we did have this, and it worked out very well at the time. The funds primarily came from the downtown improvement revolving fund at the time, and that's when we started the Fall Street Fair at the time. I am in favor of this. I just find it frankly amazing that what we're willing to spend money on and what we won't. I frankly find it a little appalling that when I walk downtown, all the leaves and doesn't get vacuumed up or swept up, and we can't spend this kind of money on improving and making the town look nice. And yet we want to talk about how we want to attract people to town. I just find it a little comical.
Further discussion?
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown?
Mr. Moderator, yes, we did try this once before. And at that time, I said, let's do it upright and we'll put marijuana and we can totally call it hanging baskets. No, we should not be doing this. Too much of a burden on public works, and that's why I stopped before.
Okay, further discussion?
Mr. Halsey.
Mr. Halsey?
John Halsey, Precinct 1, move the question.
Okay, Mr. Halsey has moved the question, which would end debate. It's non-debatable and requires a 2/3 vote. Could we have a poll put up?
Mr. Moderator, ending the poll.
Okay.
We have 117 yes and 10 no.
Vote being 117 in the affirmative, 10 in the negative. It meets the 2/3 requirement and the question has been moved. We will now go to the main motion. We have another poll put up. All those in favor, please vote yes, and opposed no.
We had 6. Yeah. Actually 5. We have 3 more. Yeah. Mr. Moderator, ending the poll.
Okay.
It's 46 yes and 87 no.
46 yes and 87 no. The motion does not carry. We're about to move on to the third instructional motion, but before we do, the town manager has said that the town council thinks we may have a technical problem on 4, so we may have to go back and do something about that before we adjourn. But for now, we'll move on to the third instructional motion, and I call on Mr. Cool.
Alan, Mr. LaLacheur has his hand up.
Oh, Mr. LaLacheur, before we move on, Mr. LaLacheur?
Yeah, Mr. Moderator, just to correct that, it's the town accountant that brought up the question.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, the town accountant. Okay, we will get back to that. Okay, Mr. Cool?
Go ahead, Mr. Cool.
Good. Now I'm unmuted. Laura said something very interesting at our precinct meeting recently, and that was that since we began meeting by Zoom, she has seen an unprecedented participation of people in the town. So that caused me to think maybe we should consider continuing with this or have a conjunction of Zoom and live meeting sessions. I know that some of the questions that we discuss and debate become, well, the discussion and debate itself becomes really tedious, as we've seen this evening. But nonetheless, people do get to express their point of view and bring up some points of view that might be buried if we had just a fraction of the number of people who we appear to have tonight. If Laura actually has some numbers on prior history of attendance versus Zoom attendance, I'd be pleased to hear that. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, before we open debate, I would like the town council to opine on this.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
as you noted with your opening remarks tonight, the legislation that permits representative town meetings to meet remotely is ending December 15th. There's currently no movement in the legislature to extend that date. The only way that town meeting could be permitted to be held remotely would require either a charter amendment or a special act. So a subsequent action by this body or a charter committee would be required to make that happen.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there further discussion on the instructional motion?
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. In view of what town council just said, I don't see any need for this article right at this time. And by the way, I don't think Norman Rockwell would like this motion.
Okay, further discussion?
Mr. Carnahan.
Mr. Carnahan.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Joe Carnahan, Precinct 6. In light of that bit about possibly needing to reconsider something from Article 4, I'd like to move that we lay Article 2 on the table.
Okay, that is a non-debatable motion, but only requires a majority vote. Is a motion to lay Article 2 on the table. Is there a second? Second. Okay, can we have a poll put up? Okay,
And it's 96 yes and 25 no.
okay, vote being 96 in the affirmative, 26 in the negative. Article 2, the substance of Article 2 has been laid on the table. At this point, Ms. Herrick moves that we, well, before we do that, let's have a quick discussion why this is necessary. Mr. LaLacheur?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Let me share a screen. The town accountant noted that if we don't choose to use some extra new growth that we have at this town meeting, there's a chance we may forfeit it. She'll do her best to keep it, but there's, I don't know, $700,000 or $800,000. So if town meeting would be willing to reconsider just changing the language here so that it's not free cash that's the source of this, but it's new growth. And we apologize for the oversight.
Okay, do we have someone, the way this works is someone would need to make a motion to reconsider, and then we could take it up immediately. Okay, Ms. Landry moves to reconsider the substance of Article 4. Is there any debate on that? It's debatable, but I think we'd probably want to hold a debate till we get to the article if we should vote to reconsider. Is there any discussion on that?
Yes, Mr. Ryder, Angela Binda has her hand up.
Ms. Binda?
Go ahead,
Angela Binda, Precinct 5. Did you need a second on that? I second
Sure.
the motion.
I will take that as a second. Thank you. Okay, any further discussion?
I'm going to lower all hands.
Okay,
And anyone that would like to discuss, please raise your hand.
and this is discussing reconsidering, not the actual article itself. If we vote to reconsider, the article would then be opened up again, and then we could probably take a proposed amendment.
Okay, so we have Jeff Strubel.
Mr. Strobel?
Just a quick procedural thing. I think Ms. Landry has to have voted in the prevailing side in order to vote to motion to reconsider.
Yes, that's true.
Did she?
Ms. Landry, did you vote in the affirmative the first time around? Yes, she has. Yes, I actually thought she had, but thank you for that. Okay, further discussion on the motion to reconsider.
Seeing none.
Okay, seeing none, we'll take a vote. This requires a 2/3 vote. So all those in favor of reconsidering the substance of Article 4, please vote yes. When the poll comes up, vote no if you're opposed to reconsidering. Oh, we don't have a reconsider? Okay, she's going to add that very quickly.
Mr. Moderator, Ann Landry has information in the chat. I'm going to unmute her. Go ahead, Ann.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ann Landry, Precinct 5. I think to Mr. Strubel's point, I think because I had voted in favor of the article previously, I can't have moved to reconsider.
No, it's just the other way around. You need to have voted on the prevailing side to move for reconsideration.
Okay.
The point is, it's for second thoughts rather than second chances.
Okay.
So you're perfectly acceptable
great,
to make that
great.
motion.
Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion? Oh, we have, I'm sorry, we ended up with looking for a poll. Okay. The poll has not been put up yet. We're still working on it. It's coming. We did not expect a reconsideration. We cannot take a hand vote because it requires a 2/3 vote. It must be a counted vote. Okay, we've got it. There it is. Move to reconsider.
Mr. Moderator, ending the poll.
Okay, we saw Mr. Horn says he's not seeing a poll. Okay, can you, in the chat, can you tell the town clerk what your vote would have been? A few people, I'm now saying they did not see a poll.
I'm seeing the poll.
You're seeing, I'm seeing the poll too. I
Yeah.
did.
So 122 people voted.
There's 135 attendees. 133. So yeah, 122 people saw it.
All right, we're gonna have to do this again. We have more than one person saying this, so can we wipe that out and do it again?
It's usually there.
What was that? I don't know what happened, but there were a few people that said they could not see the poll. I'm sure. Okay, again, we're voting to reconsider.
This is the new poll is up right now.
Yes.
Okay.
This is again to vote to reconsider Article 4.
Is the moderator ending the poll?
Okay,
And 110 yes and 7 no.
okay, the vote being 110 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative, the motion carries. Article 4 is now before the body again. Could we have the town accountant explain what the issue is? And then maybe we can have an amendment to the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So typically I review the warrant before we come to town meeting, but I failed to notice that this was not new growth. Typically at November town meeting, we utilize whatever we had certified for new growth. Our original projection is usually a low base number. And then when we get it certified closer to November, we use that money at November town meeting. So I don't see a need for using the free cash, but it also we would forfeit the money. We wouldn't be able to charge it on the levy.
Okay, so do we have a motion to change the word from free cash to new growth? That's one of the select board members, maybe?
Ms. Landry.
Ms. Landry, okay. And then Mr. Brandt seconds it. Okay, so now it's under discussion, the proposed amendment to changing the words from free cash to new growth. Is there any discussion on that?
Let's see. Ms. Landry, did you want to speak on this?
No, I'm all set.
Okay.
Okay. Is there
Mr.
any-
Horn? Yep.
Mr. Horn?
Yes, Bernie Horn, Precinct 1. 2 questions. One, I still don't quite understand why we can't use free cash and why we have to rely on new tax revenue growth. And I have a proposed amendment as well.
Okay, do we have an answer to that?
Yeah, I can respond.
Mr. Leclerc?
Bernie, most revenues, if you have extra at the end of the year, you just celebrate and you collect it. If we don't allow Sharon to put this through the recap sheet properly, we will forfeit $800,000. This will use up 500,000 of that, and I'm confident that she can find a way to account for the other 300,000 so we don't have to lose any. So it's very much a technical accounting issue.
Okay. And so my second question is, can the amounts on this now be amended?
They can after we deal with this particular amendment, yes.
So I will have an amendment then.
Okay, is there further discussion on the proposed amendment?
Mr. Dion?
Mr. Dion? Mr. Dion?
Yeah, I lowered my hand. I didn't realize
okay.
we
No,
did a
it's still up.
proposed amendment.
Okay, any further discussion?
No.
Okay, we will now vote on the proposed amendment, changing the words new growth, free cash to new growth. Okay, put a poll up. All okay, time to vote.
Mr. Moderator, ending the poll,
Okay,
and it's 115 yes, 6 no.
6 no. Okay, the motion carries and the motion has been amended. We do have a motion before us to adjourn sine die by Mr. Berman. Before we vote on that, it's non-debatable. Before we vote on it, I will tell you that at this point, the motion under Article 4 is not finalized. When you reconsider, it brings it back to before the vote. So if you should adjourn sine die, Article 4 will just die. So we now have a motion to adjourn sine die. It requires a majority vote and it's non-debatable. Can we have a motion to adjourn sine die? Although it doesn't say it on there, this means that the meeting would be over. This would be the end of this town meeting if you vote yes. Okay,
We have 16 yes and 106 no.
okay, the vote being 16 in the affirmative and 106 in the negative, it does not carry. The motion is now before you again. Mr. Horn,
Go ahead, Mr. Horn.
Yes, Bernie Horn, precinct 1. In light of the town meetings concerns for growing flowers, I was looking at this note about cutting down trees and suggested that maybe we should have a compromise here where we spend 20,000. I would like to amend the line K92 to be 50,000 changed to 30,000 for cutting down trees and 20,000 for flowers or less, depending on what could be.
that would be out of order because the flowers is not on the in the original motion. You could change the amount of the town forest trees and put it somewhere else that's already there, but you cannot add to the motion.
I see. So if we're not interested in, I just want to make sure the town is being consistent here, that if we're not willing to promote the growth of flowers, perhaps we shouldn't be cutting down trees. So maybe I would recommend that we spend no money on the town forest tree project. So that would be the 0.
Oh, so you still are making a,
proposing that the number for 50,000 be changed to 0.
oh, I see. Okay. 50,000.
And make the appropriate adjustment to the total.
Okay. All right. Okay. Is there further discussion on that proposed amendment?
Mr. Berman's hand is raised.
Mr. Berman?
Oh, that was just raised from the last time.
Oh,
So,
okay. Okay, no problem. Further discussion on this proposed amendment?
Martha Moore.
Ms. Moore?
Go ahead, Ms.
And-
Moore.
Okay, Martha Moore, precinct 8. We heard earlier that the reason those trees are being cut down is because they are dangerous, because the red pines have died. And it is a safety issue in the town forest. And I think it's a very bad idea to eliminate this project and risk trees falling on people who are walking in the forest.
Okay, further discussion?
Okay. Mark Doxer.
Mr. Doxer?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mark Doxer, Precinct 1, also member of the Select Board. I want to reiterate Ms. Moore's comment. I did take a tour of the forest. A number of these trees that we're talking about that are dead border on some of the main paths. And it is a safety issue. And it also allows for, we're encouraging more people to use the forest. We need to take care of it. Thank you.
Okay, to answer a couple of questions, yes, we did have a second. Further discussion?
Joseph Carnahan.
Mr. Carnahan?
Thank you, Senator. Joseph Carnahan, Precinct 6. I'd like to move the main motion here.
Okay, so everything. Okay. All right, that requires a 2/3 vote. It is non-debatable. We can have a poll put up to move the question. Okay, this ends debate on everything, the amendment and the main motion. Mr. McKenzie has a point of order.
Mr. McKenzie, please raise your hand. Go ahead, Mr. McKenzie. Go ahead, Mr. McKenzie.
So I'd like to know if we move the question, has the amendment passed or failed? In other words, do we have $0 for the trees or $50,000?
Well, no, when we move the question on both pieces, we would then take up the proposed amendment first. Then we would vote on the main amendment either as originally or as amended. Yep.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Yep, no problem.
Good question. Okay.
Votes are still changing, so giving it just a second more. Mr. Moderator, I'm ending the poll. And we have 100 yes and 14 no.
100 yes and 14 no. The motion carries. We have ended debate. We will now proceed to the proposed amendment by Mr. Horn. Can we have a poll put up?
Mr. Moderator, ending debate.
Okay.
Sorry, ending the poll. Yeah, it's getting late. We have 10 yes and 107 no.
Vote being 10 in the affirmative, 107 in the negative. The motion does not carry. We will now vote on the main motion as we amended with the free cash to new growth. So the main motion is now on the floor for a vote.
Ending the poll.
Okay.
We have 114 yes and 4 no.
The vote being 114 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative, the motion carries. And we have another motion to adjourn sine die. Again, I would point out that would end this town meeting. We do have 4 instructional motions that we have not dealt with, but that is town meeting's choice. So right now we have a motion to end the town meeting, adjourn sine die. Could we have a poll up to adjourn sine die?
Mr. Moderator, ending the poll.
Okay.
We have 83 yes and 35 no.
The vote being 83 in the affirmative, 35 in the negative, the motion carries. In this town meeting stands adjourned sine die.